let the doors be open. Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons, consideration and second reading of Bill C-27, the Veterans Hiring Act.
Ms. Glover for Mr. Fantino, seconded by Ms. Finley, Haldeman Norfolk, moves that Bill C-27, an act to amend the Public Service Employment Act, enhancing hiring opportunities for certain serving and former members of the Canadian Forces, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to rise today to speak to our government's proposed measure that will help veterans move to the front of the line when it comes to hiring qualified Canadians for federal service jobs. These changes demonstrate our steadfast commitment to support those who have served and continue to serve our great nation. Since elected in 2006, we have ensured that our men and women in uniform, past and present, receive the support and recognition they deserve for their service and their sacrifice. The issue we are debating today builds on our ongoing effort to be there for those who have always been there for Canada. It is clear that support for our veterans is priority for this government. That is why we have invested almost $5 billion, Mr. Speaker, in new fundings to enhance the Veterans Benefits Program and services. Mr. Speaker, our most recent Economic Action Plan builds even further on our record of achievements by committing an additional $108.2 million over the next 3 years to ensure modern-day veterans of modest means have access to a dignified funeral and burial, to ensure our veterans have the quick and easy access to the benefits and services they need. Our 2014 budget also allocates $2.1 million to enhancing our ability to serve veterans online, Mr. Speaker. As well, we committed to commemorate our brave men and women who served in Canada's mission in Afghanistan, which we proudly delivered with a National Day of Honour on May 9th, Mr. Speaker. In doing so, Canadians came together to recognize the historic significance of this military engagement and the enormous personnel sacrifices made by thousands of Canadian Armed Forces personnel, dedicated public servants and civilians. These changes are necessary to ensure our veterans have the support they need as they transition to civilian life. Beginning a new, meaningful career plays an important role in that successful transition, Mr. Speaker. Our government understands that, which is why we have introduced these measures that give priority hiring and new employment opportunities in the federal public service to Canadian Armed Forces personnel and veterans. We also understand that one of the ways we can meet our shared responsibility is by providing veterans with meaningful new career and employment opportunities when their military service is over. This initiative builds on our commitment to provide the tools and assistance Canada's men and women in uniform, past and present, need and deserve. And for this, Mr. Speaker, I commend the Minister of Veterans Affairs, just as I commend him for his dedication to ensuring that new Veteran Charter adequately supports veterans and their families. The Minister's call for a comprehensive review of the new Veteran Charter is sending a clear message to Canada's veterans and their families that we are committed to doing everything we can for them. By asking the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs to cast the widest net possible in its review of the new Veteran Charter, the Minister is leaving no stone unturned, Mr. Speaker, to ensure those who serve our country have the care and support they need when they need it. Just as importantly, however, I want to thank the Minister for asking that the same parliamentary committee recommends how we as a government can best state our commitment to veterans and future veterans. Quite frankly, these measures go to the very heart of our government's effort on behalf of veterans still serving members of the Canadian Armed Forces and their families, Mr. Speaker. On the one hand, we are delivering real action by making sure our programming continues to evolve with the diverse and complex needs of Canada's veterans and their families. And at the same time, we are recognizing the importance of demonstrating and expressing our nation's great pride and profound gratitude in the most meaningful of ways. Mr. Speaker, the legislation before us accomplishes many of the same things. It delivers real action and it sends clear message. Simply put, we are giving qualified veterans and still serving members of the Canadian Armed Forces greater access to new and rewarding opportunities in the federal public service. Simply put, this is the right thing to do, Mr. Speaker. It is an honorable thing to do, and it reflects the importance our government has placed on being there for those who have always been there for our country. Mr. Speaker, our record demonstrates that we have not only talked the talk, but we have walked it too, Mr. Speaker. In fact, since being elected in 2006, we have invested almost $5 billion in new funding to enhance veterans' benefits, programs, and services. Through this new funding, we have been able to implement the new Veteran Charter as a more modern and comprehensive way to care for and support those who are injured in the line of duty. Through the new Veteran Charter, Mr. Speaker, we're now providing full physical and psychosocial rehabilitation services for injured and ill veterans. We are offering vocational rehabilitation and career transition services for those who want to continue to work and serve after their military service ends. We're delivering economic security through both immediate and long-term financial benefits. And of course, Mr. Speaker, we are providing the healthcare benefits and one-on-one case management services that are often vital to an injured veteran's successful transition to civilian life. What does this mean in practical terms, Mr. Speaker? Well, through our programs, benefits, and services, we are able to provide world-class medical care for seriously injured veterans. We can provide up to $75,800 in training assistance for eligible veterans to start a new career. And we can provide a minimum pre-tax income of $42,426 a year for eligible veterans who are unable to suitably and gainfully employed, as well as for those in Veterans Affairs Canada's rehabilitation program. In addition, we will help eligible veterans with shoveling snow from their laneways or cutting their grass, Mr. Speaker. We can help them with their housekeeping. We can have healthcare professionals and case managers visit them in the comfort of their own home as required, Mr. Speaker. We can assist them with the cost of traveling to their medical appointments. We do all these things because we are determined to help injured and ill veterans make the best recoveries possible as quickly as possible. The measures proposed in the Veterans Hiring Act will build even further on this by giving medically released veterans more opportunities to start new careers in the federal public service. For those who are released from the Canadian Armed Forces because of a service-related injury or illness, we will provide them with the highest level of consideration for jobs above all other groups in recognition of their sacrifices for Canada. As well, the duration of priority access for all medically released veterans would be extended from 2 years to 5 years, Mr. Speaker. These measures also recognize the sacrifices of our still serving military personnel and our other honorably released veterans by allowing them the opportunity to compete for public service jobs as they have at least 3 years of military service. This initiative would also allow them to continue to compete for these jobs for a full 5 years after their release from the Canadian Armed Forces. To ensure our veterans have access to meaningful jobs they need, we will also establish a hiring preference for veterans in the event they are qualified as other applicants. In the case of the hiring preference for eligible veterans, this new measure will last for up to 5 years from the day they released from the armed forces. Mr. Speaker, we are doing all of these things because we believe veterans and still serving members deserve such consideration, and because we believe Canada would also be better for them. Mr. Speaker, without these changes, we would run the risk of continuing to lose the valuable contribution of highly qualified individuals when their military career ends. Veterans have the skills, training, and experience that can greatly benefit our public services. This initiative will allow our highly qualified veterans to continue their service to Canada in a civilian capacity by enhancing and enriching the federal workforce. Canada's veterans have done so much to build our strong, free, and prosperous nation. It is incumbent upon this government to make sure they also share in the wealth and security they have created. These measures are another way to recognize how our veterans have served Canada with courage and distinction, and how they have been willing to sacrifice everything for a better tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. Finally, to ensure our veterans have the support they need to successfully transition to civilian life, we're committed to enhancing employment opportunities for veterans in federal public service. I am pleased that the Veterans Hiring Act will do just that. It will create new opportunities for veterans in the public service by making changes to the Public Service Employment Act. Our first measure will move eligible veterans to the front of the line when it comes to hiring qualified candidates for the federal public service, to help grant greater access to federal public service job opportunities for Canada's veterans who are medically released for the service-related reason. These changes will ensure, Mr. Speaker, these veterans receive a statutory priority period for up to 5 years. This will provide these veterans with the highest level of consideration for public service jobs above all other groups in recognition of their tremendous service towards our country. With this change, we're recognizing that while these men and women have suffered injuries that prevent them from continuing to serve in the Canadian Armed Forces, they still have much more that they can contribute towards our country. Additionally, we will guarantee that all medically released veterans will have their existing priority entitlement period extended from 2 years to 5 years. Simply put, these changes will offer new employment and career opportunities to qualified veterans who were injured while they were serving members of the Canadian Armed Forces. It is also important to note that these opportunities will be extended to Canada's Cadet Organization Administration and Training Services and Rangers. And these measures will be retroactive to April 1st, 2012, Mr. Speaker. This means that if a veteran previously had priority status under the regulation and that status expired during the past 2 years, we will reinstate it for a full 5 years, Mr. Speaker. In fact, we will extend it for an additional full 5 years for any veteran who still has priority entitlement. Furthermore, eligible veterans who are still recovering from their injuries or illness will have up to 5 years to be certified as fit to work. This will give them up to 10 years to find a job in the federal public service, which will greatly assist and ensure our veterans have a successful transition to civilian life. But we have not stopped there, Mr. Speaker. It is our duty to assist our other honorably released veterans find meaningful employment as well. That is why this piece of legislation also creates new employment opportunities for still serving members. Through the measures we are proposing, our government will permit still serving military personnel who have at least 3 years of service to compete for internally advertised positions in the public service. We will also allow them to continue to compete for these internal postings for a full 5 years after the release from the Canadian Armed Forces. To make certain veterans gain access to the opportunities they need, this legislation would establish a hiring preference for veterans over other eligible applicants for the externally advertised hiring process. Simply put, if the veteran is equally qualified over other eligible applicant, Mr. Speaker, the veteran will take priority and be offered the job. Our government recognizes that the skills, training, and experience of our Canadian Armed Forces personnel and veterans gained during 3 years of service would be an asset to the federal public service. In turn, I believe if given the opportunity, veterans will greatly enrich and enhance the federal public service. By serving Canada, our veterans and still serving members have demonstrated a real commitment to Canada. These measures are a great way for us to recognize their dedication and devotion towards our great nation. Finally, a 5-year eligibility period will greatly assist in ensuring our veterans achieve success after their time in uniform is complete. Further, it will give our brave men and women the time to upgrade their education and skills before returning to the workforce. Canada's veterans have served our great country with courage and distinction, Mr. Speaker, and they have sacrificed far more than we can ever know or imagine. We have a duty as a government to do the same for them. It is our responsibility to ensure that the programs, benefits, and services they need are there for them when and where they need them, Mr. Speaker. The measures proposed in the Veterans Hiring Act are another way we can do that. It is another way that we can signal our willingness to do whatever it takes to help them in their transition to civilian life. And it is another way we can say thank you on behalf of a truly grateful nation. Creating job opportunities within the federal public service for our veterans is an important step in helping them transition to civilian life. Mr. Speaker, this is the right and honorable thing to do, which is why I am disappointed that the NDP and the unions do not support these measures. President of the Union of National Defense Employees went as far to say that injured veterans should come to the back of the line behind civilian employees, Mr. Speaker. It is shameful that unions do not want to recognize the sacrifices of our veterans. Mr. Speaker, I hope all members of this House will seize this opportunity to make a real difference in lives of those remarkable men and women and support this important piece of legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire. Honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay Saint-Constant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech on this bill, C-27. In some respects, I don't have the same rose-colored glasses as the government. They are making a lot of efforts to improve the lives of veterans, and there are many efforts to be made. For C-27, I consider that it's a step in the right direction, but it is still a half step for several reasons. And I'd like my colleague to tell me, did the government do a study to see how many veterans this would help to get back to work in the public service? Because we are in a time where there are a lot of restrictions. There won't be very many jobs available in the public service over the next few years. That's one thing. Secondly, often in the public service, a university diploma is required, and many veterans who are wounded often don't have those diplomas to be able to play those roles in the public service. And secondly, I'd like my colleague to tell me if there's a veteran who would not find himself given a job, whether it's service-related or not, he might turn to VRAB and wait 3 or 4 years for that decision to be taken. So does my colleague agree that the 5-year schedule should start after the VRAB's decision? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me start by thanking my honourable colleague for his work on this Veterans file. And as part of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs in Canada, he and along with other members, we've been working hard to conduct a comprehensive review of the new Veterans Charter, and I want to thank him for his contribution in that regard as well. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure not just members of this House, but all Canadians would agree that the skills that veterans would bring forward from their experience in military that they have accomplished, the kind of discipline that they have, would be a tremendous contribution towards our country. And these are individuals that have sacrificed tremendous when it comes to their personal life, when it comes to their families. The least we can do as a government, as Canadians, is give them the opportunity to transition, to have opportunities to serve Canada in other ways by being part of the Canadian workforce when it comes to, obviously, federal government, and help make a difference and continue their life forward. We are very thankful for them, and we stand behind them, and I would encourage the opposition members to support this important piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as a former member of the forces, I can truly appreciate why it is that the government is making this gesture through legislation. It's incredible in terms of the number of personnel within the Canadian Forces, RCMP, and at any given point in time, we're going into the tens of thousands of people. And the question I have for the member is, has the government done any background work in terms of what they anticipate will be the take-up on the need for public service jobs from individuals leaving the forces or the RCMP? Does the government have any sense in terms of the actual numbers that would be applicable here? And if I was to a bit of a follow-up on that particular question would be, to what degree does the government feel that it has an obligation to encourage private sector involvement in terms of the recruitment of military personnel in particular that are retiring? And a good example of that would be our commissioners and the super fantastic work they do at getting former military and RCMP personnel engaged in the private sector.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question as well. It is obviously difficult to predict in terms of the number of veterans that would be affected or impacted by this piece of legislation. Of course, a veteran has to be qualified, has to meet the requirement of a job posting, and they need to be qualified. There's no if and but. That makes it very, very clear in this piece of legislation. All we're proposing is, Mr. Speaker, in the event you have a civilian who qualifies, is at the same level along with the veterans, the veteran should get the priority. And in terms of the consultation, of course we have consulted. Of course we're always consulting, Mr. Speaker. We're always looking for ways to make benefits and services for our veterans better. We would continue to do that. We're always consulting. That part of the reason why, since coming to office since 2006, we have invested almost $5 billion in additional funding. This government has a strong record when it comes to standing up for Canada's veterans, Mr. Speaker, and we will continue to do that.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if you don't mind, I'm going to share a little bit of a story as I ask this question of the honourable member. I am, of course, many know, the granddaughter of 3 World War II veterans, including my grandmother, whose own father was in World War I, a Cree male with 3 brothers who fought valiantly. My grandmother, when she went to World War II, was trained in a number of areas, including transcription services. And unfortunately, my grandfather, who had been at Dieppe, etc., survived the war, died at a very young age, and my grandmother was left to raise her children. So she went into the workforce, tried to find jobs so that she could support her children, and of course had a very difficult time. Her transcription abilities, her other abilities that she got while serving in the Canadian Armed Forces would have served this place very well. And so I only wish that this kind of a bill was possible during that time. And so I would ask my honourable colleague to describe the types of positions that might become available to our armed forces. And I want to thank him very, very sincerely on behalf of myself and my family, who are very much entrenched in military family situations. Thank you very much for putting this bill forward. It certainly will help our veterans to go a long way after serving so valiantly, and as we all know, some of them make the ultimate sacrifice, which cannot be repaid. But for those who are injured, this is a way of saying thank you.
Parliament Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Minister for her question and for her contribution and for her hard work on behalf of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, let me give you an example of Canadian Armed Forces members that are medically released, discharged, how they can benefit. Veterans of Canadian Armed Forces who medically released due to service-related injury or illness would be given a top level of priority consideration for job openings in the public service, Mr. Speaker. Will be given statutory priority access in the federal public service, internal and external, Mr. Speaker. You know, these veterans have made a tremendous contribution that we can never repay, Mr. Speaker, to them and their families, the kind of sacrifices they have made. The least we can do is give them opportunities such as these, and I would encourage the opposition to support this piece of legislation.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Clearly, we're going to support this bill. We are not against the idea, even if, in fact, it doesn't go far enough. But I'm already wondering, first of all, about the date of April 12, 2012. What is the parameter that allowed them to determine that date or decide on it? And the second thing I'd like to ask the Parliamentary Secretary on the tabling of this bill is that he said, and I want to use his expression, that the government left no stone unturned. That is to say that they did not neglect any aspect of this as it affects veterans, particularly those who were wounded. So under the new charter, we had said that this would be a living document and it would deal with all of these problems. But when I did consultations on C-558, one of the things that was said to me was that wounded veterans who were currently getting a lifelong pension are getting a lump sum now. that doesn't allow them to be in the same position financially as they were before the implementation of the new charter. So I'd like to know what he can answer to the fact that this bill doesn't address that issue at all. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question, and I also want to thank him for the perspective from the NDP side that they would be supporting this piece of legislation. It is definitely music to my ear, and I am very thankful for that support. So in terms of the retroactivity, Mr. Speaker, the period of 5 years starts with anyone who has been honorably discharged from April 1st, 2012. So we would not only implement this moving forward, but also going back, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the new Veterans Charter, the Minister actually asked the Standing Committee for Veterans Affairs to launch a comprehensive review of the new Veteran Charter, which is currently underway. We're drafting a report. We're at that process. And I would encourage the honourable member to wait just a few more days till their report is tabled, and we will address many of those concerns. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise in the debate today to speak to Bill C-27, an act to amend the Public Service Employment Act. This is a bill that corrects shortcomings that we saw earlier this year, or rather at the end of last year, Bill C-11, which was tabled and had a few days of debate, but had certain shortcomings, and that the government corrected by dropping that bill and coming back today with Bill C-27. Unfortunately, I think that the government didn't really consult effectively, as they too often seem to do. They did not adequately consult veterans groups on this bill, and unfortunately that's what they do. They don't like to consult the people who are affected directly by these bills. For example, the First Nations Education Bill, they have barely consulted the Aboriginal peoples, whereas they have a duty to do so. And that's the case with this bill too, which they didn't consult enough, and so now they've tabled Bill C-27.
So I would say, despite this lack of professionalism on the part of the government, I'm very happy to speak today to Bill C-27, which was tabled by the Veterans Affairs Minister, because this will provide a better quality of life to our veterans, which is key to myself and my NDP colleagues. We'll support this type of measure anytime. But in some respects, I think this is just a half measure, and we're going to have to correct some of the shortcomings. All too often, the procedures are cumbersome for veterans. So if you consider all the problems raised in the Ombudsman's report, this bill doesn't go very far. It might look good at first blush, but it's really just cosmetic and superficial. They're just half measures, largely. I'm thinking here of, and I'll come back to this, I'm thinking of better funding and the details. If you look at the budget, you can see that there's some assistance for university to help veterans complete university, and then there's the funeral subsidy for veterans, because $3,000 and change to cover the funerals of some of the poorest veterans. Well, that amount was increased, but if you look at the eligibility criteria, those haven't changed, and those living below the poverty line, I think it would be better to expand the eligibility criteria so that more veterans could have access to that funding. So things look like improvements, but when you look closely, you realize they're just half measures. And that might be the problem with this bill, too. Since the Conservative government took power in 2006, the government adopted the new Veterans Charter. It was described as a living document that was going to improve the lives of veterans, especially modern-day veterans. Those coming back from Afghanistan wounded were younger and younger, and so the system of pensions was to be redesigned to focus on incentives to retraining and education and so on. So they said it was a living document that would be changed as necessary. But since then, there have been very little changes, just some minor changes in 2011. So there are a lot of problems with this new Veterans Charter. It was extremely disappointing. The government has really only looked at changing the charter once in 8 years, and that's not very much. We're waiting for a study to be conducted and an exhaustive report, and we hope the government will take up all of the recommendations, or at least most of them, because there are a number of problems with this new charter, and the government has to stop twiddling its thumbs and dragging its heels on the veterans file. They need to come up with concrete and comprehensive steps under this new charter because there are far too many problems. So this so-called living document is on artificial respiration right now, on an iron lung, because there's a lot missing and there are a lot of problems still to be ironed out. The charter was passed in 2006, and they said it would be amended as necessary as problems cropped up. And so the government has to get down to work on that, because there were some major losses for our troops in Afghanistan, 158 deaths and over 2,000 soldiers wounded. Many of them have post-traumatic stress disorder, and that number will probably only rise given that PTSD sometimes doesn't surface for years after experiencing a traumatizing experience or shock. According to a recent study, 14% of our soldiers coming back from Afghanistan were wounded, but we expect the number to be much higher. Against this backdrop, the new Veterans Charter was passed by Parliament on condition that it be a living document, but it has to be improved and quickly. Once our report is released in the days to come, the government will have to accept the recommendations and respond appropriately. So we're debating C-27 today, and the purpose of this bill would be to give veterans and Canadian Forces members priority, those who are medically released for service-related reasons, so they would get priority hiring in the public service. The Public Service Commission would have to give priority hiring if a veteran qualifies, ahead of officials who are surplus or on leave. So veterans would get hiring priority for a period of 5 years following their service-related medical release. Second thing that this bill would do would be give members of the Canadian Forces with 3 years service the right to practice in an internal public service appointment process. That's in Section 35.11, or Clause 35.11. Veterans who are honorably released may also, during a period of 5 years after their date of release, participate in this process, but with no priority. And Clause 39.1 of the Public Service Employment Act gives priority to veterans having served in the Second World War and the Korean War over other Canadian citizens. By adding to the definition of a veteran those who've served at least 3 years in the Canadian Forces and received an honorable discharge, we will see a resurgence of veterans getting priority for appointments over ordinary Canadians. This period of eligibility would last for 5 years, but survivors of former members having less than 3 years service would not have access to this priority. This is a noble gesture on the part of the government, but like previous steps it's taken, like the last post fund, these are just half measures that won't have a great impact on the lives of most veterans, given that in the short and medium term, very few jobs will be available in the public service because we're in a situation that's not over a restructuring and there are budget cuts. Positions are being cut in the public service. So it'll be a while before there's any more hiring. So in my view, this won't help many veterans anytime soon. So priorities given to veterans. What about veterans who weren't released for medical reasons? What if they challenge their exclusion before the Veterans Review and Appeal Board? If the board is of the view that the injury is service-related, will the government be willing to extend the 5-year validity period? Because if a person's released, but they don't get, it might take 3 or 4 years to get a favorable ruling from the Veterans Appeal Board. So in a case like that, what happens to the eligibility period for the person in question? Could it be extended so that they get their full 5 years, so that they're not penalized because of an initially negative decision that is subsequently overturned by the VRAB? So the Ombudsman also commented in one of his blogs, and I quote, "However, the proposed legislation does not follow this approach. By elevating the priority for service-related release, but not for non-service-related ones, it creates a separate classes for priority hiring, which will add an additional layer of complexity to an already overburdened system." Unquote. So, like the Ombudsman, we're a bit concerned about how vague this is. Wouldn't it be better to recognize the connection between the injury and the service in determining eligibility for this priority treatment? It could be done 2 ways, either with the grounds for release, medical release for service reasons, or recognition of the connection between the injury and service by Veterans Affairs or the VRAB. One way or another, the system would be more consistent, there'd be less red tape, and the veteran wouldn't lose any of the priority eligibility time. What's more, this bill creates categories of veterans, and we're against that approach. We support the principle of just one category of veterans instead of different categories. Because a veteran who served in any war in the past or recent modern wars or even in the future, there should just be one veteran status. These are all soldiers who served their country. So there's no point in creating different categories. We're against that approach, Mr. Speaker. RCMP veterans are not included in this bill. They remain in the regulatory category. But I think that an RCMP member who's been traumatized in connection with their job, who no longer wants to be a police officer and would like to have a career change, they should also get priority hiring in the public service. But by excluding former RCMP officers, by including them rather, they could have been thanked for their service and their sacrifice. Canadian Forces members released for medical reasons have that priority treatment, but others won't, unfortunately. In addition, this bill amends the definition of veteran and specifies that the spouses of survivors are excluded from priority hiring in the public service. Survivors were given priority over traditional classic veterans, were given priority over other Canadians. Why has the minister specifically excluded the spouses of our Canadian Forces veterans from this priority? Once again, the government likes to create separate categories of veterans, which we oppose. Against a backdrop of budget cuts, with huge layoffs in the public service, this bill really won't help veterans, at least not in the short term. It won't help them get jobs in the public service. In a climate of cuts and the elimination of positions in the public service, I have a hard time seeing how this will significantly improve the lives of our veterans. There was a reaction to the lack of leadership and professionalism by the government. As I mentioned, in the current budget climate, the government's going to have to make a bigger effort to genuinely improve the lives of our veterans and assist their return to civilian life. They deserve better than these half measures. From 2006 to 2011, around 2,000 veterans took advantage of this hiring priority. Of them, just over 1,000 got a job in the public service. Of them, 739 got a job at National Defence, which is 72% of the positions. So 72% of veterans getting jobs in the public service get those jobs at National Defence. At Veterans Affairs Canada, it's been a little bit more devastating. Between 2006 and 2011, only 24 veterans got a job with Veterans Affairs, which represents just 2% of all the jobs. That's very little, and yet this is a department that would benefit from hiring veterans because they have the experience, they have the knowledge of the programs offered by Veterans Affairs. So that should be a choice department, a department of choice for veterans. So it seems to me that the department's not trying hard enough to recruit veterans to Veterans Affairs. When we look at these statistics on employment in the public service for veterans, we see that not all departments are making the same effort. Apart from Veterans Affairs, D&D, and Public Works, there are very few departments making an effort to hire veterans. So there has to be a change, a cultural change. They need to recognize the skills of veterans and see that hiring them could be beneficial. The bill is not going to change mentalities or attitudes in the public service, but the government could make an effort to help change the mindset in all departments. They should do more to recognize the skills of veterans. The Ombudsman found that every year there's about 4,500 veterans who sign up for vocational rehabilitation and support. On average, 220 veterans are on the list for priority hiring, and 146 on average get a position in the public service. That's not very much. And given the current climate in the public service, that number may even go down in the short and medium term if the departments aren't hiring. So it's hard to say that this bill will have much of an impact at all on most veterans, and if it does, it'll be a small number who benefit. These figures in the past also show that veterans don't have the employment and other skills and qualifications. They may lack some of the qualifications they need, so something needs to be done to bring their skills up to the level that is needed in the public service. So they should have access to training, university training, and so on. That would greatly assist them in finding positions in the public service. Veterans are being required to take positions, not necessarily positions that they're interested in, but positions that they qualify for. So they're not really being given a good enough chance to change their career. You know, in the Canadian Forces, they may decide they don't want to continue working in a related field. So they should be helped to choose something completely different, choose something that they're interested in that's unlike what they did while they were in the forces. Since my time is running out, in conclusion, I will say that we will support this bill, but the government should certainly address our concerns at committee and make the necessary changes. As I mentioned, the time frame for challenging a negative decision, because the VRAB may ultimately find that, yes, indeed, the injury was service-related, so the clock needs to be started over in those cases. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have time for a brief question and answer period. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague if he doesn't find it a bit strange that of all the categories listed, there's no spot for people who are injured while in training. So not in combat, but in training beforehand, they do exercises and so on. Doesn't he find it a bit strange that an injury is only going to be recognized as being service-related if it occurs in actual combat? How does he feel about that, the honourable member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent question. It's true. There may be problems because of that, because if a veteran is wounded, if a person gets an injury like my colleague described, because veterans do have to train to stay in shape, and if the injury occurs in training, it's not recognized as being service-related, but it should be, because it's part of the soldier's job, part of their duty, to stay in shape, to stay fit, so that they can perform adequately when they are on mission, when they're deployed. So that problem is not solved at all by this bill. And we've seen problems in the past with soldiers who are injured in training. That should be recognized as a service-related injury. The honourable member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant will have 8 minutes remaining for questions and comments when the House returns to this item. Statements by members.
The honourable member for Okanagan-Coquihalla.
Mr. Speaker, I am certain that all members of this place have those special people who give tirelessly to help build better communities in all of our home ridings. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to recognize Mr. Diego Alcaraz for his many years of service promoting Mexican culture, song, and traditions to children and citizens alike for many years now in my riding of Okanagan-Coquihalla. Earlier this month, the government of Mexico also recognized and honored Diego in presenting him with the Otley Award, the highest honor bestowed by the government of Mexico for services to Mexicans living abroad. Over the years, I have come to know Diego and his wife Olive, and I have to confess, Mr. Speaker, I've been inspired by his commitment, and I'm a proud member of the Canada-Mexico Parliamentary Friendship Group. group. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask that all members of this House join me in recognizing Diego Alcaraz for his passion and his dedication in enriching cultural diversity for many citizens in Okanagan, Coquihalla, and also this great country. Thank you.
Honourable member from the Gasteigen. Canada Post, CBC, Via Rail. I'm sick of talking about crown corporations that are not doing well because the Conservatives are abandoning them. I'd rather talk about happy things, so let's talk about the festivities we'll be celebrating this summer in my riding of Notre Dame de Gasteigen and Dorval. I'd like to thank all the neighborhoods and towns who are organizing festivals and neighborhood parties. I'll be there. Thank you to Lechen for having chosen Cayenne to celebrate Saint-Jean, and thank you for Dorval for celebrating one of the greatest Canada Days. Thanks to NDG and Paul Carniello for the NDG Arts Week, and thanks to community organizations who bring our neighborhoods alive and who help them celebrate. To all my fellow citizens, happy summer, and come and celebrate with me throughout the summer season. Together, let's build our neighborhoods and our country.
Member for Brampton West.
Mr. Speaker, last Friday was the National Day of Honour to celebrate the end of Canada's military mission in Afghanistan. Over the last 12 years, the brave men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces fought and served this country in Afghanistan to defeat terrorism, promote security and development so Afghans could build a viable, stable, and secure country. Thanks to our servicemen and women, Afghanistan is no longer a base for terrorism directed against the international community. Moreover, more than 7.7 million Afghan children, 39% of whom are girls, are enrolled in formal and community-based schools. In contrast, less than 1 million boys, and only boys, were enrolled in formal schools in 2001. I want to thank all Canadians who served in Afghanistan for the peace and stability they helped bring to the world, and for the great advancement they brought to the lives of Afghanistan citizens. The achievements of our mission have been great and something for which every Canadian should be proud.
Honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the Kensington Vipers, who recently won their 5th straight Island Junior Hockey League playoff championship, and their 9th in the last 11 years, making them one of the winningest teams in Island history. The Kensington Vipers have also gone on to win 2 of the last 3 Don Johnson Memorial Atlantic Junior B championships. Such an achievement is only possible by teamwork on and off the ice. I want to recognize all of the Viper players, coaches, trainers, and management for their hard work and dedication that contributed to their past and present successes. I recognize as well the financial support of sponsor Most Plumbing and Heating. It is sporting teams like the Vipers and all those involved in the day-to-day running of these teams that are so important in contributing to the identity and sense of pride for small communities across Canada. Congratulations, Kensington Vipers.
The honourable member for Saskatoon-Wanuskewin.
Mr. Speaker, my private member's bill C-560 is about a child's best interest, about a child's right to 2 primary parents, and equalizing that access. The current system is focused on parents' rights, not children's rights. Published decisions in our current adversarial system show a cookie-cutter approach of making one parent a primary parent and marginalizing the other to someone the children get to visit from time to time. The legislation still in the books is 3 decades old. The social science research has conclusively revealed the need for children of divorce to have the significant involvement of both parents. Bill C-560 does that while retaining sufficient judicial discretion for custom parenting plans. A full response to questions raised about the bill is found in a myths and facts document already sent to all MPs and senators, and I urge my colleagues to actually read that document. The vast majority of the public, over 75%, supports equal shared parenting, and so I urge my colleagues to support Bill C-560 at second reading, to get it to committee, to hear witnesses, leading researchers, and make adjustments as necessary. Our children deserve nothing less. Do it for the sake of the children, for the best interest of the children.
Member for Esquimalt-Wanda-Chica.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize tomorrow, May 17th, the International Day Against Homophobia and Transphobia. On this day, we must stand together to speak out against hatred and discrimination against lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and gender-variant people. There is still an urgent need to combat homophobia and transphobia here at home and around the world. In Canada, transgender and gender-varied Canadians are still without equal rights and protections, as Bill C-279 remains stuck in the Senate after passing the House of Commons for a second time more than a year ago. We've also seen a disturbing trend of countries making homosexuality illegal or subject to harsh penalties. LGBTQ people in countries including Uganda, Cameroon, Nigeria, Russia, and Jamaica are facing lengthy prison sentences, violence, and even death because of who they love. Today, I call on all members of Parliament to take concrete action to work towards eliminating homophobia and transphobia. I call on the government to stand up for Canadian values of equality and respect. I call on the Senate to awaken from its slumber on human rights and pass C-279 now in order to ensure equal rights of trans Canadians.
Honourable Member for Calgary East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Mr. Narendra Modi and the BJP on their electoral success. These elections clearly illustrate that Mr. Modi's message of economic revival resonated with the Indian electorate. Under the leadership of Mr. Modi, India is poised to reach greater heights. It is our hope that the reforms implemented by Mr. Modi in Gujarat can be replicated throughout India. Our government is committed in supporting and working with Mr. Modi as he embarks on his reforms that will not only benefit Indians but also Canadians. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I congratulate Mr. Modi and the BJP. I would also like to congratulate the Electoral Commission of India for organizing an open and transparent election. Thank you.
Bravo. The Honourable Member for Brampton Springdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize an amazing organization, nonprofit organization called Amar Arts of Life that have been doing amazing work in the GTA and throughout our great nation. Mr. Speaker, in terms of helping awareness to donate organ and tissue, recently Amar Arts of Life held a campaign at Nagar Kirtan in Toronto where their hard-working hundreds of volunteers signed up over 1,200 organ donors, Mr. Speaker. And they have expanded not only the GTA but also other parts of the country. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all of the hardworking volunteers. I'd like to thank the president and founder Amarjeet Rai, who has made a tremendous commitment when it comes to issues such as organ donations and tissues and helping create awareness throughout the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Longueuil-Boucher. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to inform you all that next Sunday, May 18th, is International Museum Day. And it's my pleasure as critic for heritage to promote such days because here at home, the vitality of our museums means that we have a cultural richness to share and stories to tell, and that makes me proud. I'd like to invite all my colleagues, members of Parliament, as well as those who have the opportunity to come to Montreal on May 25th, to the Montreal Museum Day. An entire day, more than 30 cultural institutions in Montreal are open free of charge, and even the shuttles of the Montreal Transport Company are open as well. I'll have to say that also my personal pride in Longueuil is the fact that we have the only women's museum in Canada. It's right near my riding office, and it's something that mustn't be missed. Let's celebrate our museums, our history, and who we are. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Oak Ridges, Markham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to acknowledge my hometown of Whitchurch-Stouffville for being one of 3 Canadian cities to be chosen for the Benjamin Moore's Main Street Matters Revitalization Program. The Benjamin Moore program was created to help revitalize downtown areas by redesigning and painting the exteriors of local businesses to enhance the small-town charm of these historic main streets. The program emphasizes the importance of maintaining these stores as they represent the heart of Main Street and the communities that surround them. In the spring of 2013, towns around North America cast votes online for which main streets would be chosen to revitalize, and out of 20 North American cities chosen, our little hometown of Whitchurch-Stouffville was one that was victorious. On May 13th, Mr. Speaker, Benjamin Moore kicked off the facelift by the first brushstroke on the Stouffville Florist. Mr. Speaker, I congratulate my hometown, and I look forward, as all residents of Whitchurch-Stouffville do, on this very exciting revitalization.
Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I was saddened to learn that a veritable institution in my region is going to be closing, that is the Gatineau Soup Kitchen. In the Outaouais region, we were all shocked to learn of this. It must be said that in Gatineau, everyone knows this soup kitchen called the Soupière de l'Amitié, and the reason is simple. For almost 30 years, the employees and volunteers of this organization have been taking care of the people in my region. They take care of the most underprivileged by providing hot meals for only $1 and offering emergency food aid. They take care of our children by offering close to 150,000 healthy breakfasts free of charge in 35 regional schools. They take care of people who are marginalized by opening their doors to places where people can forge friendships. Today, their dedication must be underscored, and we must honor them as well. In my opinion, honoring the heritage of the Gatineau Soupière de l'Amitié means refusing to accept that poverty is becoming commonplace. We must take up the torch and take all opportunities to...
Honourable Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
To recognize our government's unwavering support of children in the developing world. Child protection is an integral part of our government's foreign and development policies. The Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development has commenced a study on a motion I introduced to study the many challenges facing youth in developing countries and how best to protect them. The first witnesses to appear before the committee recognized Canada's leadership role in this regard and commended our government for establishing the Child Protection Unit. Later this month, our government will continue to seek ways to protect children and youth by holding a summit on maternal, newborn, and child health. The theme, Every Woman, Every Child Within Arm's Reach, will provide the opportunity to galvanize consensus where to focus efforts to maximize results for those in need. Mr. Speaker, all Canadians can be proud of our government's record in this important area.
Member for Vancouver Quadra.
On this International Day Against Homophobia, we renew our commitment to safeguarding the political, economic, legal, and social rights of all individuals, regardless of their gender or sexual orientation. Although several nations have recently made great strides in the recognition and protection of LGBTQ rights, many who identify as LGBTQ continue to face considerable discrimination and abuse. Shockingly, it is still a crime to be gay in India, Russia, Uganda, and 7 other countries, and it's a crime to publish LGBTQ materials in many more. We are fortunate that here in Canada we have laws against hate crimes, and gays, lesbians, and transgendered people are free to marry. Happily, we're seeing many states in America follow Canada's example. The persistent denial of the right to full self-expression and a life free of fear and violence to LGBTQ individuals is inexcusable. Today, we stand in solidarity with them and dare to envision a world that is safe for all and accepting of all humanity.
You're here. The Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, I was proud on May the 9th to attend the National Day of Honour here in Ottawa, a remarkable time to pay our respect and our honour to our veterans and their families. Well, today, Mr. Speaker, the Hiring Veterans Act is being debated in the House of Commons. Our government believes injured veterans should move to the front of the line for public service jobs, if they are qualified. But veterans might be surprised to learn who is opposing the Hiring Veterans Act. The public sector unions. They believe a veteran who has been injured in the service of Canada should be left to the back of the line. Mr. Speaker, our government won't let that happen. I call on all members in this place to drop their talking points and let's all of us stand up for our veterans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, instead of being focused on creating jobs or running the country, the Prime Minister and his Conservatives are working with the third-party Liberals to turn committee into a kangaroo court. Well, the Committee for Unconservative Activities did its best, but the Leader of the Opposition turned the tables on this unprecedented attack. He answered every question put to him with a smile. But in an ironic twist, the Conservative would-be prosecutor, the member for Kitchener Centre, was actually the one caught breaking the rules and inappropriately using parliamentary resources during the election. Conservative and Liberal hypocrisy knows no bounds. The Leader of the Opposition proved once again that good humour and the truth can overcome even the most unfair, conservative and liberal smear campaigns. While the NDP has shown itself to be the strongest, most united official opposition these Conservatives have ever faced.
The honourable member for Lobinière-Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Leader of the Opposition appeared before the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Not only was he unable to clearly explain what happened with the fact that his employees were carrying out partisan work while being paid by taxpayers, but in addition, the member for Outremont insulted my colleague, the member for Kitchener Centre. In a very unconvincing testimony, he contradicted himself over and over, whereas the House of Commons standing orders are clear. No employee paid by the taxpayers may work in party offices. Mr. Speaker, this behavior is unacceptable on the part of the Leader of the Opposition. Will he finally admit that he broke the rules of the House of Commons, that he misled the Board of Internal Economy, and will he apologize to my colleague for his contemptuous and undignified remarks?
Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable député de Hull.
The honourable member for Hull-Aylmer.
The RCMP is releasing its long-awaited report on murdered or missing Indigenous women. The findings are staggering: 1,186 police-recorded cases. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives' policies and programs are not working. So, will they finally listen to the families and to Canadians across the country and call a national public inquiry?
Hear, hear.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the RCMP for their report. One missing person is too many. We expect the RCMP to investigate every single missing person's case, including any that were discovered while compiling a report. But, Mr. Speaker, the report was quite informative about some of the root causes of violence against Indigenous women. The RCMP's findings were clear. According to the data, 62% of the homicides of Aboriginal women were committed by a family member who had previously abused the victim. 40% of Aboriginal women were killed as a result of an argument, and nearly 90% of the homicides were solved, which is a resolution rate the same as in the non-Aboriginal population. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hull-Aylmer.
The RCMP's report is clear. The number of victims continues to rise every year. Within the last year alone, Kelly Nicole Goforth, Heather Ballantyne, Joan Cassandra Desjardins, Miranda McKinney, Jody Roberts, Tricia Boisvert, Rosalind Gabrielle, and Loretta Sanders have all disappeared or been killed. The Conservatives say they are acting, but they are unable to identify the causes of these disappearances and murders. When will we have a public inquiry that will allow us to understand, but above all, to prevent these crimes? The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, the report did indicate one of the most significant causes of violence against Aboriginal women, and that's domestic violence, and the government has taken substantial steps to address that. Now is not the time to take action, now is the time to take action, but not continue to study the issue. For example, in Economic Action Plan 2013, the government committed new funding for the Family Violence Prevention Program, which supports shelters for women, children, and families living on reserves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Hull-Aylmer. The government was finally forced to admit that their temporary foreign workers program is a mess. Canadian workers have been pushed aside to hire cheaper labor. They've been parachuted into regions where the unemployment rates are high. And this is bad for the job market. When will the Conservatives correct the problems that they have made worse, and will they give access to citizenship rather than favoring an abusive use of temporary foreign workers? Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour.
The temporary foreign worker program is to provide employees during acute labour shortages in regions and sectors where there's no Canadian available for the job. We recognize there have been some complaints about this program. We've taken strong steps to deal with any employer who abuses this program, and we're going to continue to bring in further regulation and changes so that the workers and the employers know that they have a system that always provides the opportunity for Canadians to get the job first. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Burnaby New Westminster.
Some complaints. The reality is Conservative changes have made this program worse and more open to abuse. That's the record of this government. Now, too many Canadians are seeing their jobs taken away, and too many temporary foreign workers are facing mistreatment and abuse. These issues are national and they are program-wide, and the minister's failure to fix the program earlier has left it wide open to these abuses. Canadians know that you just can't trust Conservatives. Why won't the minister agree to an independent review of his gross mismanagement of this program?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment and Social Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the hypocrisy again is upon us. You know who Canadians can trust. They can trust the Conservative government to make the necessary changes so that every Canadian will always get first crack at any available job before a temporary foreign worker is brought in. Now compare that to the NDP, who stand in the House and complain that we're bringing in foreign workers taking Canadians' jobs, but continuously write letters to the minister asking for temporary foreign workers in their own ridings, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Burnaby New Westminster.
The fact is quite clear, Mr. Speaker. The fact is this program is in crisis because of Conservative mismanagement. Now, we've heard stories of temporary foreign workers whose wages are heavily docked or withheld altogether, like indentured servants, like in the 19th century. We have stories of temporary foreign workers facing egregious working conditions, even threatened with deportation. Now, this minister has shown gross incompetence. Will the minister agree to a complete audit, and will he work to include a formal path to citizenship for those brought in under this program?
Secretary.
Not only do they want to bring temporary foreign workers into the country, they also want to try to make these temporary foreign workers permanent citizens of the country. Mr. Speaker, we're going to ensure that Canadian workers have the first shot at all available jobs. But we also have taken strong steps to ensure that the temporary foreign workers who do come to fill the jobs when no Canadian is available are protected. We're making sure that any employer who tries to abuse this system has strong penalties against them. We've got legislation before the House right now which actually will have financial penalties for any employer who abuses this system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago the Conservatives said that paying temporary foreign workers as much as 15% less than Canadians would help our economy. Last year, it was paying temporary foreign workers the same amount as Canadians that would help our economy. Today, they say that forcing employers to pay a higher salary to temporary foreign workers will help our economy. When will the minister stop improvising his haphazard decisions? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we've taken steps to make sure that the temporary foreign worker program treats both the Canadian workers who are applying for jobs and temporary foreign workers who take jobs when no Canadians available are treated fairly in terms of wages. We've made changes to make sure everyone is paid proper wage at the prevailing wage rate. Further changes are coming. We're going to make sure we tighten the system up so that all Canadians can know that their jobs will be protected, and temporary foreign workers will only be filling those jobs if no Canadian is available.
The member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, everyone from Don Drummond to the Auditor General to thousands of public servants agree the government isn't collecting the necessary information to determine the real needs of the labour market. Without reliable data, the government is simply making up policy on the fly. Then, when their bad policy inevitably leads to bad outcomes, they have another knee-jerk policy reaction. There's no dispute that Conservatives prefer ideology over data, but wouldn't they agree that it's time to give evidence-based policy making a try?
Hear, hear. Secretary to the Minister of Employment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we have said that there is no general labour shortage across Canada. What we are facing is sectoral and also regional shortages of labor in specific sectors and specific industries. We are taking strong steps to make sure that we increase the ability of the government to have proper labor market information so we can make a public policy based on true facts and true data. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Ottawa South.
True facts and true data, Mr. Speaker, from the party that kills the long-form census. Liberals have been calling for temporary foreign worker reforms for over a year. In fact, our leader has put forward 5 specific changes needed to fix the program. So let me ask a really simple question. Will the minister commit now to disclosing the use of the temporary foreign workers program by region and by occupation?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment.
Well, let me add a 6th thing the Liberal leader has asked for. When pressed in his own riding to bring temporary foreign workers in, he was one of the first ones to write a letter to the minister asking for a temporary foreign worker chef to be moved into one of his favourite restaurants. That's how the Liberals treat the temporary foreign worker, Mr. Speaker. They make complaints and stand in the House, but they always come and ask the Minister of Employment and Social Development for temporary foreign workers when it comes to their own ridings.
Honourable member for Alfred Pellan. In June 2012, the Conservatives cut funding to refugee health care in order, they said, to protect the immigration system from abuse. Except that children are the first victims of this terrible act. According to a study by the Public Library of Science Journal, 6 months after the Conservatives' cutbacks, the hospitalization of children from refugee families has doubled. Without government assistance, the parents are therefore waiting until the last minute to have their children seen by a doctor. Are the Conservatives going to cancel these cutbacks and restore services for refugees?
Secretary of Parliament.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Multiculturalism.
For that question, our interim federal health, we have been very clear about who will get it and who will not. Refugees who continue to benefit, failed, fraudulent, and bogus claimants will not be entitled to our interim health program, just as 10 million visitors to Canada every year do not qualify for our health care. And besides, health is a provincial responsibility, and the Ontario Liberals want their doctors to treat failed claimants, taxpayers, and ultimately voters will have to hold them to account for that decision. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. In terms of public health, the Conservative decision to cut health care to refugees is absurd. Without government assistance and without insurance, refugees are waiting until the extreme limit before being cared for. The result is that the children being brought to a doctor are often weaker and at a higher risk of contamination. Once again, the most disadvantaged are paying the price. Why is the government being penny-wise and pound-foolish on the backs of the children of refugees? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the reality is that if there is an acute need, if there's a traumatic need for health care, they will get it. However, we're not here to provide health care with people who do not deserve it, or who are not of permanent residents or legitimate refugees.
Member for Esquimalt, Wandatika.
Mr. Speaker, what the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration has been telling us in this House is that he's proud of the Conservative record on refugee health. Even though admissions to listen to this one. Even though admissions to hospital of refugee children have doubled since the Conservatives denied them health care coverage. And they're telling us they don't care about these refugee children because to them they're simply visitors. Well, to Mr. Speaker, to us, they are kids in need of care. So what's the minister's plan? Will he simply wait for the admission rate to double again? Will he continue to blame the provinces? And will he continue to treat these refugee kids as visitors?
Parliamentary Secretary for Multiculturalism.
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated before, if there are emergency needs for these kids, they will be looked after. However, in cases of failed refugee claimants, in case of bogus refugees and fraudulent claims, they will not be entitled to our health care system.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Let's talk about the Justice Minister. Now, his buddy and former staff writer, Peter McAdam, was given a plum patronage position at ACOA to the tune of $130,000 a year, but he never showed up for work for 3 full years. Now, did he get fired? No. They tried to promote him to Director of General Operations for ACOA. So let me get this straight. Is there criteria for patronage promotion, hiring people who never actually show up for work? If that's the case, then what's next? The leader of the Liberal Party?
Parliamentary Secretary for the Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency.
You know, Mr. Speaker, it's pretty clear. The independent investigation by the Public Service Commission did not find any evidence of any wrongdoing or influence on part of ministers or political staff. That is the answer to his question.
Honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Oh, dear Lord. Does the man not read judges' reports? This is what the judge said. He said that this was a case there could not have been a softer landing for a political staffer. He found that senior HoC officials bent the rules to protect a friend of this minister. Translation. That means that while hardworking Canadians and senior citizens are being told the cupboard is bare, they're stuffing the trough with their Tory friends. So will they do the right thing and clean up this mess and actually fire him?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for ACOA.
Mr. Speaker, this is a pretty straightforward case, and appropriate action will be taken. ACOA has taken action in response to the Public Service Commissioner's recommendations. And quite frankly, it's my understanding the Public Service Commission will review the judicial decision and advise the agency of the next step. In the meantime, maybe the honourable member would like to explain the NDP's Montreal office, and if they're going to come clean and pay Canadians the money they should pay them.
Honourable member for Acadie Bathurst.
Because the leader of the NDP explained it.
Mr. Speaker, under the Conservatives, the ACOA story can be summed up with two words: patronage and poor management. The federal court said that ACOA broke the rules by hiring Kevin McAdam. He's a defeated Conservative candidate and a former employee of the Minister of Justice. They're still giving their buddies work. The worst is that he's been receiving a salary for 3 years, but he hasn't gone to work yet. Do the Conservatives think that's all right?
Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
What the honourable member forgot to say is his leader played dodgeball yesterday on television and avoided the questions instead of answering the questions. And quite frankly, we are answering the questions, and it's very clear. You know, we got a group over there who want to tell the Public Service Commission their job. At ACOA, we're willing to listen to the recommendations of the Public Service Commission, and we will.
For Acadie Bathurst.
To the judge.
We can see that they're not able to answer the question, so we'll ask another one. The Minister of Fisheries and Oceans is still delaying the dredging of the Acadian Peninsula Channel. The lobstermen of Inkerman are paying the price. Yesterday, the fishermen trying to get into the wharf had only 2 feet of water and their boats were damaged. Will the minister commit immediately to have the Inkerman Channel dredged to allow the lobstermen to start their fishing season safely? Or is she waiting? Another death has happened at Tajusentak. The Honourable Minister of Question.
For the question, I can get more details from him and reply in more detail a bit later. But dredging, of course, is something that we do on a regular basis. We do it with priority needs, and sometimes due to weather and other conditions, we can't do it right away. And I think that was the case in this situation.
Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, for a few days now we've been asking the Conservatives questions as to the causes of the disappearances and murders of Aboriginal women, and unfortunately they have no idea. According to the RCMP report, it clearly indicates that only a public inquiry will allow us to understand what the real causes of this are. There is domestic abuse as well. None of this will end with their bills. Will the Minister of Justice finally see the light and see that a public inquiry is necessary? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, and I would respectfully suggest that that member read the report in detail. And if she does, she'll find that the report addressed the issue of violence against Indigenous women and suggested that 62% of the homicides were the result of domestic violence. She'll also know that in Economic Action Plan 2013, the government committed new funding for the Family Violence Prevention Program, which supports shelters for women, children, and families living on reserve. Regrettably, Mr. Speaker, she and her party voted against that.
Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Mirabel-Papineau.
This government agrees there's a crisis, but the minister and his colleagues would rather cite budgets and spout rhetoric than actually acknowledge that what they are doing is simply not working. We are talking about 1,186 police-recorded cases of missing and murdered Indigenous women across Canada. Will the government finally agree to a national public inquiry?
Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it appears that member has not yet read the report. I understand that it's just been released, and I think she'll take some time over the weekend to read it. What she'll find is that 90% of the murders have been solved. It's the same resolution rate as in the non-Aboriginal population, and 62% of those murders were domestic violence. So from our perspective, Mr. Speaker, now is not the time for further study. It's the time for action. So we've done many of those things. We've, for example, in a recent budget, renewed funding for the Aboriginal Justice Strategy. We're reducing victimization and crime overall in Aboriginal communities through our strategies. And we're also funding community projects specifically geared towards reducing violence against Aboriginal women. Thank you, sir.
Member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, on this matter, today's RCMP report is shocking. The numbers were shocking enough when the Native Women's Association of Canada identified 600 cases in 2009 of missing and murdered Indigenous women. Today's RCMP report doubles that number, 1,181 missing and murdered Aboriginal women. And this government continues to go on with excuses as if they're doing something. This is an ongoing national crisis. Right. The action the minister talks about is nothing but a diversion. When will the government call a public inquiry?
Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's clear from the RCMP report that the number is high, it's shocking, and it's a tragedy, and something needs to be done about it. It needs to be done right now. That's why we're taking action to reduce violence against women on reserves. The RCMP report is very clear. 62% of these homicides were the result of domestic violence. That's why our government is taking action now to try to reduce domestic violence on reserves, and that member should support our government in taking that action.
For Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, what we're saying is add to the limited action you're taking now by calling a public inquiry. Right. Look at the numbers of people that are calling. The voices are from the United Nations, the premiers, Indigenous leaders, all opposition parties, civil society groups like the Council of Churches, and victims' families. The government and the Prime Minister is on the wrong side of history. Add to what you're doing by calling a public inquiry into this very serious issue. Right on.
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what the member fails to point out is those people that he cited didn't read the RCMP report. They're doing that now, and what they'll find out is 90% of these homicides have been solved, and it's the same resolution rate as in the non-Aboriginal population. One of the most significant causes of violence against Aboriginal women is domestic violence. Our government's taking action now. The RCMP report is clear. There's not really a need for more study. What there is a need for is action, and our government is taking action, and he should support us in doing it.
Honourable Member for Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, a national public inquiry on the subject of missing and murdered Indigenous women is crucial in order to be able to create an effective plan to put an end to this epidemic of violence. The families and entire communities that have been devastated by this tragedy, which is ongoing, deserve to know. They deserve to have answers and know how things will change. Will the government set up a national public inquiry now? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
The member will learn when she reads the RCMP report. It has actually come to some conclusions about the reasons for violence against Indigenous women, and that is domestic violence. 90% of the cases have been solved. We know what the problem was. We're taking actions now to address that problem, and these members should support us in doing that.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Mr. Speaker, Canada's sanctions on Russia are influenced by trade interests, according to government sources, while our allies are tightening the screws on Russia. Canada is still delaying sanctions on important targets like Igor Sechin and Sergei Chemezov, two industrial magnates who are friends of Putin. These two businessmen have signed trade agreements with Canada despite being in the Russian president's inner circle. Will the Conservatives commit to break off ties with Sechin and Chemezov and tighten up the sanctions? The Honourable Minister.
The strongest sanctions regimes in the world, which have been coordinated with our allies to target key individuals and entities to isolate Russia politically and economically. Mr. Speaker, our sanctions are designed to punish the Putin regime and bring economic pressure on Russia for its illegal occupation of Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, Canada will further take actions if Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity continues to be threatened. Thank you.
The answer isn't good enough, Mr. Speaker. I warned the minister last week about the problems with Canada's sanctions. Conservatives said, quote, "We will not shape our foreign policy to commercial interests." But now they are saying, quote, "We will also look out for Canada's broader interests." You can't have it both ways, Mr. Speaker. The government's rhetoric is very, very tough. So why won't Conservatives implement strong and coordinated sanctions against Russia? Why won't they put Putin's buddies on the list?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Let me repeat what I just said, Mr. Speaker.
Good idea.
Canada has one of the strongest sanctions regimes in the world, which has been coordinated with our allies to target key individuals and entities to isolate Russia politically and economically, Mr. Speaker. Let me tell the honourable member, Mr. Speaker, our sanctions are designed to punish the Putin regime and bring economic pressure on Russia for its illegal occupation of Ukraine, Mr. Speaker. And if need be, we'll take further action to send a strong message to Russia, Mr. Speaker, in protection of Ukraine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Ottawa Centre.
So why won't they put Putin's buddies on the list? They still haven't answered that question. But moving on to another subject, 1 year after the tragic collapse of the garment factory in Bangladesh, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian government still doesn't have a policy to ensure clothes that are bought by the Government of Canada are not made by children or in factories with poor health and safety standards. Manitoba and Ontario already have responsible procurement strategies. Oversight and transparency is required here. So will the Conservatives introduce a responsible manufacturing policy when it comes to government procurement?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Speaker, we do in fact want to make sure that tragedies like that do not happen again, especially on our watch. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that between the RCMP and DND, over 90% of the apparel that they source is Canadian-made. We want to protect jobs, we want to protect people, and we want to make sure that our forces get the equipment and apparel that they need in a safe and responsible way at vast value to taxpayers.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. The National Research Council bought over $100,000 worth of clothing, and the Transportation Safety Board bought $73,000 worth of T-shirts for its staff. The government has no way of knowing where these garments were made, whether workers were exploited. There are 16 federal departments who have no idea what country their garments come from. As a government, it's their responsibility to set the example. Will the Conservatives tell us when they will have a procurement policy? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, over 80% of garments bought by the government are bought for the RCMP and public service, and 90% of those garments are made here in Canada. Mr. Speaker, we want to preserve the integrity of the procurement process and protect workers against abuse, and at the same time provide our forces the required garment at a good price.
Speaker, as the general election in India concludes, early reports indicate that these elections enjoyed unprecedented voter turnout. These elections highlight the maturity and strength of India's democracy. And I can say we rejoice with the people of India as they embark on a new direction under the leadership of Mr. Modi. During his time as the Chief Minister of Gujarat, Mr. Modi made it one of India's best-performing states economically. Can the Parliamentary Secretary please comment on the recent elections held in India?
Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member for Brampton West for this question, Mr. Speaker. He works very hard for his constituents. I would like, first of all, congratulate the people of India on their recent elections, as well as express my thanks to Prime Minister Manmohan Singh for his role in strengthening the relations between our two countries. These elections serve as an example to the world of democracy in action, Mr. Speaker. Our government congratulates Mr. Modi on his win. We look forward to working with Mr. Modi to strengthen the existing social and economic partnership that exists between Canada and India. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, member for Chambly-Bordua. The Prime Minister opened the door to transferring the Champlain Bridge to the Quebec government yesterday. We understand that he'd like to get rid of this hot potato, but Quebecers are much more concerned about the Prime Minister being open and transparent, about the time frames for renovating and replacing the bridge, and the whole issue of the toll, which might disrupt traffic in Montreal. When will the government stop its unilateral approach to the Champlain Bridge? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government's position is already well known. There will be a toll. User pay is the principle. The federal government will invest a significant portion of the new bridge. The honourable member for Chambly-Bordua. There's a mistake. It's me, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. I did hear the new bridge. There's obviously a problem. The Prime Minister said that it was abnormal for the federal government to be involved in a bridge that's entirely within a province, and I agree. But what's abnormal is having a bridge owner who acts like Montreal is his own fiefdom and really doesn't care about the wishes of locally elected officials. The renovation of the current bridge, the construction of a new bridge, and their absurd toll plan, this will all have serious consequences for Greater Montreal and all of Quebec. Will the minister finally show some flexibility and start listening? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are working to deliver the new bridge before 2018. The bridges in Montreal are exceptional because they don't cross any provincial or national boundaries. If the member was less partisan, he would be well informed. The honourable member for Jean-Lebert. Mr. Speaker, last week, for the third time in 3 years, there was a train derailment in my riding, an urban riding. But it took 3 days for the information to be made public. It's clear that self-regulation isn't working. Will the minister take action and force the railway companies to be more transparent? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Quite the contrary. There is a robust regulatory regime in this country, and our government has taken a number of significant actions to ensure rail safety in this country, including we've completed more than 30,000 inspections in the last year. We invested more than $100 million in our rail safety system, and we have important agreements on information sharing with municipalities, testing and classification of dangerous goods. I could go on, Mr. Speaker, but all of these measures the member should be supporting.
Honourable member for Jean-Lebert.
Mr. Speaker, he can go on, but the reality is rail companies are not being transparent about these accidents. It took almost 3 days before information was made public about this most recent derailment. And what's more, when the emergency crews arrived on scene, they were turned away, even though one of the cars contained dangerous materials. This is unacceptable, Mr. President. This is unacceptable. The people of Jean-Lebert deserve answers. It is obvious self-regulation doesn't work. When are the Conservatives going to take some responsibility and put the brakes on these runaway rail companies?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Again, Mr. Speaker, quite the contrary. The government has taken a number of very significant actions to ensure Speaker, that the transportation of dangerous goods and that rail safety in this country are ensured, Mr. Speaker. Actions that are consistent with recommendations from the Transportation Safety Board, for example. Mr. Speaker, we're phasing out the DOT 111 tanker cars, something that the official critic of the opposition Speaker says is the best thing that can be done. And Mr. Speaker, that member should be supporting these important things. Information sharing with municipalities between the FCM and the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs. I could go on and on, but those are measures that should be supported.
The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, the UN warned last week if the conflict in South Sudan continues, half of the country's 12 million people would either be starving, internally displaced, refugees abroad, or dead by the year's end. The international community urgently needs to donate at least another $500 million if South Sudan's devastating slide into famine and humanitarian crisis is to be stopped. Will Canada attend the May 1920 Donor Pledging Conference in Norway, and will it increase its support?
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we are concerned with the humanitarian situation in South Sudan. We are deeply concerned by the reports of ethnically targeted violence, and Canada calls for the perpetrators of these crimes to be identified and brought to justice. The government is providing life-saving food, water, sanitation and medical assistance, emergency shelter and protection for those in need. And as in other situations, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to monitor that situation.
For Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, the fighting in the Central African Republic has become more brutal, left thousands of people dead, displaced hundreds of thousands, and left 2.2 million needing humanitarian aid. The children of CAR are witnessing terrible violence, maiming, killing. The number of children being treated for severe malnutrition in the capital tripled since January. Will the government provide peacekeeping support in line with our capabilities if asked?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, on the other night when we had a debate here with the member participated, we expressed our deep concern to the situation in the Central African Republic and the situation that is over there. Mr. Speaker, Canada has been contributing and will continue to contribute to the United Nations in reference to peacekeeping forces for Central African Republic. I do understand that the next batch of UN forces will be arriving in September, and as always, Canada has been contributing our share to the United Nations peacekeeping. Thank you.
The member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The port of Trois-Rivières is key to the region's economic development. In order to improve the infrastructure, the Port Authority wants to move ahead with Phase 2 of the project Target 2020. As part of this project, the federal government is expected to kick in $11 million. Can the Minister of Infrastructure tell us what the status of this application is? When will the Port Authority get an answer? The Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. What I find passing strange, Mr. Speaker, is that members of the NDP stand up in this place and inquire about and advocate for projects under a funding program that they vote against. What I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, is that this particular project has been submitted. We will assess it very closely. And what I am encouraged with, Mr. Speaker, is that municipalities in Quebec and across this country understand that they have a strong partner in the federal government to meet their infrastructure priority needs.
The honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Mr. Speaker, in addition to cutting the budget for the homelessness partnering strategy, the Conservatives decided to gut homelessness prevention. Result, in my riding, La Hutte saw its funding cut by $70,000, almost 20%. Serious medical and criminal consequences are expected. How does the government expect to reduce the homelessness problem in Canada by reducing its assistance to communities? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we've championed a model to deal with homelessness called Housing First, and under Housing First, we've helped some 2,000 homeless Canadians with mental illnesses find stable housing. So we're doing the job when it comes to housing, Mr. Speaker, but the NDP claim to support affordable housing, but they vote against the home renovation tax credit, they vote against the first-time home buyers tax credit, they voted against disability-related home renovation, construction, and moving tax credits available for the medical expense tax credit. Wow. Mr. Speaker, why don't they put their money where their mouth is and stand up and support housing across Canada?
Honourable member for Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Competition Bureau provided a submission to the CRTC that has confirmed what our government has been saying, that Canadians want more choice, lower prices and better service in the wireless sector. Competition lowers prices and keeps business from becoming complacent. The Competition Bureau estimates that a fourth national wireless carrier could benefit consumers and add $1 billion a year to our economy. Can the Parliamentary Secretary inform this House what our government is doing to promote more competition in the wireless sector?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you know, our wireless policies are designed to benefit Canadian consumers. Pleased to report that as a result of the 700 megahertz spectrum auction recently, Canadian consumers will benefit from a fourth carrier in every region of this country. In addition, Mr. Speaker, Canadians will know that the costs associated with wireless have gone down by some 20%, while at the same time, employment in this sector has increased by some 25%, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue to put the focus on Canadian consumers, Mr. Speaker, continue to put the focus on putting money back in the pockets of hardworking Canadians and improving employment opportunities across sectors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Speaker, the Supreme Court hears its last case of the term next week, going an entire session without a full complement of judges from Quebec. Will the Justice Minister inform this House when he will name a new judge and by what transparent process? And will he commit to appearing with the Justice before a parliamentary committee prior to any appointment? Thank you.
To the Minister of Justice.
Well, I thank the honourable member for the question. Mr. Speaker, our government is moving very quickly to fill vacancies on the Supreme Court, and we'll be doing so very soon. Thank you.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleagues and I are delighted by the decision of the Veterans Ombudsman to open an investigation into a grenade accident at Valcartier in 1974. This tragic incident killed 6 cadets. The victims and the families of the victims have waited too long for an investigation. Will the government officially undertake to fully cooperate with the Ombudsman's investigation? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Let me first express my sincere condolences to the victims and their families affected by this horrific accident. Although this occurred many, many years ago, Canadians have not forgotten. And as the member said, the Ombudsman of National Defence will be investigating this matter, and we all look forward to his report.
Honourable Member for Oxford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like many Canadians, I have read with concern and horror the recent reports of a young Christian woman who was sentenced to death in Sudan for converting to Christianity. I understand from news reports that the woman is 8 months pregnant. My constituents are concerned about this barbaric act of tyranny toward basic human rights and religious freedoms. Can the Parliamentary Secretary please update this House as to Canada's position?
Parliament Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government finds this announcement both shocking and appalling. Canada has called for Sudan to respect the religious freedom of this woman and for all the Sudanese people. Our expectation is for Sudan to respect its obligations under internationally accepted principles of human rights. And it does serve as an important reminder of the need for the Prime Minister to host a summit in Toronto designed to focus efforts on saving the lives of mothers and children in the developing world.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Mr. Speaker, we must price carbon, and carbon fee and dividend almost does it all. It prices carbon fairly and scientifically. It uses only free market forces to reduce CO2. It costs virtually nothing to administer. It benefits lower-income Canadians, and no money goes to government. The Citizens' Climate Lobby strongly supports carbon fee and dividend. Mr. Speaker, will the Finance Minister consider carbon fee and dividend?
Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government placed the priority on the environment while keeping the economy strong. In fact, we are the first government to achieve an absolute reduction in greenhouse gas emissions over a number of years while we are still growing the economy, and I'm proud to be part of a government that is getting results for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hunsik. Mr. Speaker, on May 13th, Jacques Roy, Director of Education, Operations and Logistics Management at the Montreal Graduate Commerce School, said that the Montreal Airports Authority should be subject to federal oversight. He said Ottawa did a poor job of negotiating its contract in 1992. Since then, it's been an open bar. Projects go ahead without studies or transparency. Who's reviewing their investment decisions and airport improvement fees? There's a real governance problem there. Will the Transport Minister undertake, at the very least, to submit the Montreal Airports Authority to the Auditor General of Canada? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as the member will know, that the Aéroport de Montréal operates at arm's length from the federal government and is responsible for its own operational and day-to-day decisions. With respect to the latter part of her question, I will take that matter under advisement and bring it to the Minister and report back.
Member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Mr. Speaker, perhaps the most important book of 2014 is called Waking the Frog by venture capitalist Tom Rand. Rand has climate solutions on how we can build an economy which will reduce CO2 and create jobs and wealth. I asked the Ministers of Environment, Natural Resources and Finances if they are willing to consider Rand's template for a renewed and sustainable 21st century Canadian economy.
L'Honorable Ministre de l'Environnement.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Speaker, yesterday we made an exciting announcement. Canadians across the country have applauded the announcement we made in New Brunswick, the National Conservation Plan. It promotes our government's strong legacy of conservation work and includes new investments to steer ecologically sensitive lands, conserve marine and coastal areas, and it also helps connect Canadians to nature in urban areas. This was a commitment we made in the 2013 speech from a throne, and I'm proud to be part of a government that keeps its promises and listens to Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This concludes the time provided for question period for today.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre, rising on a point of order.
Yes, and a point of privilege, Mr. Speaker, and because I regard it as a great diminution of my MP abilities to have my integrity falsely attacked. The member for Scarborough Southwest has falsely asserted in this House that I broke House of Commons rules in 2011. In fact, I proactively approached the House of Commons to pay for my cell phone use. The House of Commons specifically authorized me to purchase my cell phone use. On discovering that an MP ad ran after the 2011 vote of non-confidence, I immediately repaid the cost of it. Mr. Speaker, that is not breaking the rules. That's being scrupulously ethical down to the very last penny in complying with the rules. And I ask the Speaker, to order that member to withdraw his false statement. Thank you.
I see the Honourable Opposition House Leader is rising on the same point.
Well, yes, of course, Mr. Speaker. I mean, the Hill Times article that came out after the meeting yesterday, I'm just going to quote for him because this is obviously they stated that the Conservative Member of Parliament for Kitchener Centre, and I'm going to quote, Mr. Speaker, I'm quoting from the Hill Times article.
Order. 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 The honourable member for Kitchener Centre has raised a question of privilege. As is customary in these cases, members from other parties who may wish to provide a comment on the question of privilege raised by the honourable member have the opportunity to give a brief comment on the question, and customarily we take these matters into hand and and render a decision at a later time, depending on the nature of the point that was raised. We're giving the floor to the honourable member for Burnaby New Westminster for his additional comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as you have ruled on a number of occasions when we've had very serious differences of opinion with the government's often flamboyant misuse of facts, the reality is you have judged in the past that the Conservative government has the right to throw whatever facts they want out. Often they're unable to back them up. In the case of the Hill Times article, I'm just going to quote that the member from Kitchener Centre had to repay the House of Commons for the money that was spent worth $326 worth of telephone and printing services he used for his own election campaign that year. Elections Canada records show. That's what the article indicates, and nothing that the member from Scarborough Southwest said contradicts those facts. There may be a difference of opinion, but the reality is the Elections Canada records are pretty clear. And I think the member from Kitchener Centre is protesting just a bit too much.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Government House Leader on the same point.
Mr. Speaker, it was not my intention to rise to this point, but the nature of the response from the Opposition House Leader is so below what we expect from the conduct of members of Parliament dealing with each other in this House that I must respond. I understand that they could have made an error by relying on a media report, but now that the facts have been laid on the table by the member before this House that made it clear that he was not, in the words of the Opposition House Leader, required to repay, but rather he took the initiative to repay in order to ensure that every rule was scrupulously followed, not at the request of House administration, but on his own initiative to ensure that the rules were scrupulously followed. That having been put in front of us now, us being aware of the facts, and as honourable members, of course, accepting what we say, the appropriate response is not to continue. This is not a matter of debate on political rhetoric. This is a question of the members' conduct in the use of resources of this House. And the response of the Opposition House Leader is shocking to me. And I'm getting a little bit emotional because it is upsetting. And the appropriate response at this point, is, in fact, to apologize, to accept what has been laid on the table by the member for Kitchener Centre, rather than persist having been acquainted with the facts in ignoring them. And for that reason, I would ask that it go beyond a simple request for an apology, but rather that we have the appropriate motion placed after a prima facie finding of contempt that the member's privileges have indeed been impugned inappropriately.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to point out very briefly that nowhere in the article that my colleague opposite quoted does it say that I broke the rules. In fact, it describes me complying with the rules, and therefore I think it's unwise for him to rely on that article in support of his comments.
Well, I appreciate the interventions by the Opposition House Leader, the Government House Leader, and the original intervention from the member for Kitchener Centre. We'll certainly take a look at what was iterated in the House, as we customarily do, and get back to the House if necessary. I must say, on the face of it, it appears to be a dispute as to the facts of the issue. But I say again, that appears on the face of it, but we'll be happy to take a closer look at what's said and see if indeed there was any breach of the honourable member's privileges. Tabling of documents. Order. Tabling documents. Order. Shh. Order. Order.
It's not a game.
Order. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant
Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 19 petitions.
Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. Introduction of government bills. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to table in both official languages the fifth report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, entitled Responding to the Conflict in Syria.
Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Toon, seconded by Ms. Brazo, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Navigable Waters Protection Act, Gaspésie et Île-de-la-Madeleine Region. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague, the member for Berthier-Masquinongé, for her support. Although I think that her name should be pronounced with an S rather than a Z. But in any case, I would just like to point out that Gaspésie and Maguelone is a fabulous region. It's a place that is perfect for outdoor activities, and the residents of Gaspésie and Magdalen Islands have themselves alone spent millions of person days doing hunting, fishing, and outdoor activities, and $41 million in terms of economic activity across Quebec. This represents $2.8 billion in economic activity. Sports fishing annually generates some 11 million activity days in Quebec, and these sectors deserve sustained support. However, the Conservative government is acting contrary to this. This government has weakened the legislative framework that protects our rivers. Instead of systematically protecting them, the new legislative framework only protects 62 rivers and 87 lakes. And this is across Canada. The Act to amend the Navigable Waters Protection Act, in its form before the Conservatives gutted it, was what we needed to ensure the protection not only of our lakes and rivers, but also the sectors of sports fishing and other outdoor activities. We need a long-term vision, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to protecting the environment and its associated industries. I thus tabled this bill in the hope of restoring this protection so that this House can show support for those who practice hunting, fishing, and outdoor activities in order to restore the access to our Canadian heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize for the poor pronunciation of the Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. I apologize.
For Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine, Mr. Toon, seconded by Madame Brasso, moves that the bill be read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When shall this bill be read a second time?
À la prochaine séance de la Chambre.
Next sitting of the House.
Introduction of private members' bills. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. L'honorable député.
Honourable Member for Akadzi Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition with over 300 signatures from my riding. We're calling on the Government of Canada to reject the reduction of service plan for Canada Post and to explore other options in order to modernize this Crown Corporation's business plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saskatoon-Wanuskewin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These petitioners ask that the House condemn discrimination against females occurring through sex-selective pregnancy termination, in that in Canada, ultrasounds are being used to tell the sex of an unborn child, so that expecting parents can choose to terminate or abort the pregnancy if the unborn child is a girl. So these petitioners call on Parliament to condemn this worst form of deadly discrimination against females. Also, these petitioners from British Columbia indicate that the current impaired driving laws are too lenient. They want to see that changed, so we have new mandatory minimum sentences for persons convicted of impaired driving causing death. They want the criminal code to be changed to redefine the offence of impaired driving causing death to, in quotes, vehicular manslaughter. And they have some other good suggestions in their proposal as well. These petitioners are from the province of British Columbia. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Even though the experimental lakes area has been transferred away from federal jurisdiction, I continue to receive petitions asking the government to support the staff and the programs at the experimental lakes area due to the critical and important nature of the ecosystem whole lake research done at that facility. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the L'Honorable Député.
The honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have 3 petitions to present today. The first calls upon the government to stop discriminating against people who want to donate organs or blood, and this discrimination would be based on sexual preferences. The second petition calls upon the support of the House for a Bill C-486, which I had the honour to second, and it calls on all of the members in this House to support this bill because it will end the use of conflict minerals. This third petition is very important. It comes directly from people in my riding who are challenging the changes to Canada Post, which will end home mail delivery. They're extremely concerned by this. They're calling on Canada Post to explore other options instead of drastically cutting services in terms of delivery. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Speaker, I'm pleased to present this petition signed by British Columbians who live in Pitt Meadows and Maple Ridge, who believe, as I do, that preventing the birth of baby girls through sex-selective abortions is an affront to the dignity and equality of women and girls, and so they call upon the House of Commons to condemn discrimination against girls through sex-selective abortion, do all it can to prevent these abortions from being carried out in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétitions.
Petitions, the honourable member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present hundreds of signatures today from my constituents in my riding that are calling on the Government of Canada to assume the costs of repair and restoration of the riverbanks along the Granby Canal, which have become dangerous. This is affecting the safety of people who live along the river and the health of the population in general, especially given that the federal government was the owner and the manager of this area for 161 years and is responsible for historical sites, especially these waterways. And we're talking about the Ottawa River rather. So once again, we're calling upon this government to assume these costs. And I would also like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Laurent Chartrand and all of the Protection Committee who collected these thousands and thousands of signatures and for their diligent work that they continue to do to make sure that the government assumes its responsibilities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions. The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm presenting a petition from residents of Vancouver Quadra who are very concerned about the so-called Fair Elections Act. They are against the voting restrictions that will disenfranchise Canadians. They're against the appointment of the Commissioner of Elections. It reduces the Commissioner's independence. They are against the fact that the Commissioner of Elections is not provided with the powers necessary to properly investigate electoral infractions, and that the Elections Act forbids Elections Canada from launching ad campaigns to increase voter turnout. And lastly, the fact that the Act was written without proper consultation with election experts or the Canadian public at large. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Welland.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I have three petitions to present, all agriculture related, as it seems. The first is to continue and make sure there's a moratorium on GM alfalfa. The petitioners call on the government to recognize that GM alfalfa is a crop that isn't wanted not specifically by organic groups but by many conventional farmers across this country. The second petition talks about pollinators, Mr. Speaker, and of course in pollinators most of us refer to bees and the fact that bee colonies are suffering irreparable harm across not only this country but across the world, and that the petitioners are calling on the government to do expanded research into the nature of the disruption to bee colonies and their death, whether that be from a particular pesticide or herbicide, or whether that be some sort of colony collapse that is basically called. But what we need to do is fundamental research to find out what exactly is going on. And the third petition, Mr. Speaker, speaks to C18 and farmers' right to save seed. The petitioners are asking the government that they need an inherent right to save seed, that it must be protected as it has been for all times, and farmers are asking for that to make sure that that continues in the future, and that this government actually makes sure that that solely is protected under C18 as we move forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presentation de petitions. Presentation of petitions. Presenting petitions, rather. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today, Q 429 and 446. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if questions number Q 427, 430, 431, 432, 442, 454, 456, and 468 could be made orders for returns, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that question numbers Q 427, Q 430, Q 431, Q 432, Q 442, Q 454, Q 456, and Q 468 be made orders for return and be tabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-27, the Veterans Hiring Bill. When we were last considering this bill, the Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant had 8 minutes remaining for questions and answers. Questions and comments?
The Honourable
Member for Gaspésie-Île-de-la-Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened closely to my colleague's speech, and he emphasized the fact that there are shortcomings in the bill we are faced with here today. And I would like to come to one particular point, and that was the point of the RCMP. It doesn't seem to be part of the bill before us, and I would like him to speak a bit more to that point, please. The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Gaspésie-Île-de-la-Madeleine for this excellent question. And indeed, there are some flaws in the bill, and the RCMP veterans were perhaps forgotten or perhaps voluntarily excluded from this bill. I think that it would have been also advantageous to include this group and indeed to create categories of veterans concerning the request of these, because a single group, a group of veterans, other veterans would be in agreement with that, because we shouldn't create different categories of veterans. They've all served their country, and they deserve to be recognized as such, and not to say that if you're a veteran of the Second World War or the Korean War, you are allowed to have certain benefits, but not if that's not the case. And so it's a bit nonsensical to not see it that way. Indeed, in this bill, this will create further divisions, really. I think it's not a move in the right direction. And also, to answer my colleague's question, For those who are wounded, because it happens, Mr. Speaker, that within the RCMP, in their service, a police officer could be wounded during his service, and he might want to change direction with his career, but has no choice other than to stay with the RCMP. But at the same time, if we could offer these people the same option, because many of them actually are well educated and would have the qualifications to move into a career in the public service. And I think it would have been a good idea to offer that possibility to wounded members of the RCMP who want to reorient their careers, who don't want to have desk jobs within the RCMP but want to change their career and move on to another position within the public service. But they were forgotten.
Comments? The
Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened carefully to my colleague's speech, and I thank him. And given that he's our critic for Veterans Affairs, I'd like to ask him a question that I heard about particularly when I visited many legions in Canada, and that is the problem caused by the new Veterans Charter, which is a charter that was supposed to be a living document, but that has not been in practice. It hasn't taken into account the new problems of the current generation. And one of the problems that I've heard of several times is the fact that the disability pensions that were available before the 1st of April 06 were replaced by a disability pension that's different. And in the past, you could benefit from these disability pensions over 40 or 50 years. That is to say, it would add up to several $1 million, but they're now reduced to a simple, comprehensive, a global amount. And generally, it's some tens or thousands of dollars. So I'd like to know what my colleague thinks of that injustice. The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Saint-Jean for his excellent question. Indeed, there are some problems with the new Veterans Charter, but you have to understand that in 2006 we were at a time where, yes, we were participating in an armed conflict in Afghanistan, but the main flaw in the former charter, which is in fact the old pension system for veterans, is that there were no incentives and there were no encouragements to become a professional. You could certainly get some pensions or payments, but without making any effort to get yourself back into the job market. So we know that with the veterans coming back from Afghanistan, that we would have young veterans who couldn't carry on with the same kind of active service, and so they wouldn't be able to carry on serving within the armed forces, but could find themselves on the job market because they weren't completely disabled. So we set up this new charter, and it was done a bit quickly. The government had a minority, was in a minority position at that point in time, and they said it would be a living document that would change over time. But I say if it's a living document, it's in need of oxygen right now because it hasn't very often been used in that way. Everything that affects these global payments, these lump sum one-time payments, and many veterans talk to us about this. We are studying it. We're at report stage now, and we will propose several amendments to the minister in the hopes that the minister will be listening and that he will answer favorably. And he will welcome the suggestions that we've made at committee. They must do so because, as I mentioned, one single improvement has been made in 2011 since, so it's a document that really desperately needs to be improved. We hope that the minister will do that very soon at report stage.
Question et commentaire. La députée de Gaspésie.
Honourable Member for Gaspésie de la Madeleine. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to congratulate my colleague for his work. I think he's really carefully thought about this issue. We know that the bill before us has already been tabled or at least components of it were tabled under a former bill, C11. And when we had the debate on C11, we only had a single day of debate, and after that it was dropped from the order paper and it disappeared. So now we see it at least partially come back as C27. Does my colleague find that, having put his ideas forward, the fact that we abandoned C11 and have recuperated some of these components as C27, does that show some seriousness or a lack thereof? The government tables a bill and then abandons it almost immediately. Should we be serious about the one before us? The honourable member from Saint-Constant. I thank my colleague both for his question and for his comments. It's very highly appreciated. Indeed, the government, and my colleague has raised the point, it seems to be becoming a routine with them. They'll table bills that are very poorly stitched together, that have a great many shortcomings, and they realize that after the fact, and then they drop them. And then they present another version of it, and that's the case with this C27. It's the former C11 that's become C27. So the first bill had problems as well. We had pointed out certain elements of that, and I think the government doesn't consult enough. They want to have it their own way. They want to have it reflect their vision. So they table these bills that are often not very welcomed. They're not appreciated, and in C11 there were missing elements, and in C27 they've added some of those in, but it doesn't go far enough. There still are shortcomings. It's not as bad as the previous version, but this has become the way this government works. They table a bill, it doesn't work, they drop it, they table another one, and indeed, it's not serious.
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to be able to be part of this debate on Bill C-27, which is an act to amend the Public Service Employment Act with the intention of enhancing hiring opportunities for certain serving and former members of the Canadian Forces. So I'm going to speak just a little bit about this bill, and then I'm going to talk a bit more about, I'd like to bring forward some points concerning former members of the Canadian Armed Forces and the kinds of things that the government really could be doing to assist our veterans. So firstly, it's clearly helping veterans find jobs is very helpful to their recovery and well-being on release from the military. And by placing the injured veterans at the head of the hiring line and increasing access of veterans to the veterans of the Canadian Forces to jobs in the civil service and in government is a positive thing. Is it a meaningful promise made by a government that has already cut 20,000 jobs in its federal hiring and is on track to have a 30,000 larger cut and has put a hiring freeze on hiring in the federal government? So that's a question. Is this actually a meaningful bill? Is it the best way of accomplishing the purpose that it has of assisting veterans who've left the military for medical reasons to transition into civilian life and find employment? And I've heard from many members of the armed forces who are in the process of transitioning to civilian life that it's a difficult process. People who have dedicated themselves to the Canadian Armed Forces and a career in the military have a sense of the family atmosphere in the military. That's their network, that's their family, that's the kind of work that they have wanted to do with their career, and that's what they're trained to do. So when the unfortunate eventuality comes that someone needs to transition out for medical reasons, this is a whole foreign territory in a way for these men and women who previously in uniform. And so to find meaningful employment is a very important project. Canada Company, for example, is a non-profit that was created by several people who had a concern that there was not enough support for people leaving the armed forces. It's a charitable, nonpartisan organization, and it serves to build a bridge between business and community leaders and the Canadian military. And the goal is to ensure that that members that are transitioning from the Canadian Armed Forces and armed forces themselves receive the widest possible support, care, and recognition. And they do target having employers recognize the strengths and the leadership that are inherent in the members of the Canadian Armed Forces due to their dedication, their training, and the work that they've done in the Canadian Armed Forces, and how well that can actually translate into positions, meaningful positions for careers in the private sector. So I do want to congratulate Canada Company for the work that it is doing, and its directors are doing, and members right across the country. So one concern that we have about this bill is that it appears not to at all acknowledge the fact that that many injured Canadian Forces members wish to stay in the forces and stay in the employment of the Canadian Armed Forces, and they may well be eminently suitable to be able to undertake a number of kinds of work that are different than the work they had been doing. Perhaps jobs that don't require being deployed overseas, perhaps jobs that don't require the same physical capabilities that they had before their injury, or the kinds of complex work they were doing before their injury, whether it's physical or mental. But there are other jobs in the Canadian Forces that they could certainly do. And yet, because of the universality of service provisions in the Canadian Armed Forces, unless these members are fully capable of being deployed and doing the most difficult work possible, they are not eligible to stay in the Canadian Armed Forces. And that's something that would do far more to satisfy the concerns of these injured members or people with medical conditions than to force them to leave the Canadian Armed Forces and transition into a meaningful civilian life. And it's heart-wrenching when we hear of veterans who are on the street because they have not been successful with that challenge, and there are too many of them that are in that predicament. So soldiers wounded in Afghanistan are still coming forward about being discharged from the military against their will and before qualifying for their pension, despite repeated Conservative promises that service members injured in the line of duty could serve as long as they want in the Canadian Forces, should they have meaningful work to do in the forces. Mr. Speaker, there are some, this bill C-27 adds to a previous bill, C-11, which had provisions that related to internal postings in the public sector and providing priority over all others for external postings to these Canadian Forces members and former members of the Canadian Forces who had served at least 3 years in the Canadian Forces and were honorably released. Now, there is a concern about this bill that has been expressed by the Veterans Ombudsman, and that is that this is a bill that seeks to create separate classes of veterans for priority hiring. And the Veterans Ombudsman notes that all Canadian Armed Forces members should be treated the same way because there's an inherent service relationship for every Canadian Armed Force member who's medically released because the individual can no longer serve in uniform. And he pointed out that, or I'll point out, that losing one's career as the result of a medical condition is unique to service in the military. So there will now be two classes of veterans for priority hiring. One is the members that were released for medical reasons, but the medical reason was not related to their service, and so they will have a lower priority for these jobs compared to those who were medically released for reasons that was related to their service. And so that's an unfortunate set of complications that have been created by this bill, because since the reason for the medical release now becomes very important to the former armed force member, there's a lot of bureaucracy that will be raised by this matter. So, for example, which department will do the adjudication and determine if the medical release was related to service or not? What documentation will be used in the adjudication process? What benefit of the doubt will be given in terms of this presentation? How long will the process take? How much visibility will the member have in the process? Will there be an appeal process? And if the decision is made that the medical release is not service-related, will it affect the decision-making for other benefit programs such as the disability award? So the concern here is that in creating these two classes of Canadian Armed Force member who's released from his military for medical reasons, what this bill is doing is creating quite a lot of bureaucracy. And I have concerns that this might lead to a longer time frame, a lot of extra work for the members to actually access these jobs. These jobs, at this point, we don't know if there are any, but certainly at one point one would expect that this would be something positive in terms of accessing employment. But bureaucracy has been a continuing problem in veteran affairs and in Canadian Armed Forces that frustrates the serving members who've been injured. Mr. Speaker, when I was at the Alberta Northwestern Legion Command in Alberta, what I heard was that the Legion was at times using their poppy fund to pay the rent for service members who were leaving the military, had been injured, perhaps physically or mentally, but that just the bureaucracy of being released from the armed forces was so onerous and so time-consuming that the very benefits that they were entitled to upon their release were not available for months afterwards, and they were having problems paying their rent. So how can we let that happen? How can we force an armed forces member to have to grovel to get money from nonprofits to pay their rent simply because of bureaucracy in national defense? So I'm concerned that this adds another layer of democracy. Another concern that's been raised about this program is that it's not actually, the government's announcements are not fairly representing the kind of funding that's available. And I'll quote from an article in the National Post by author Barbara Kay, who entitled "Ottawa Fails Veterans with Cynical Displays of Show Over Substance." Well, that's unfortunate in a country where it is our moral obligation to actually be as clear and as positive in our support as possible. But what we have is a lot of spin. So according to Ms. Kay, recently the government proudly announced 2 new initiatives. The first pledges to give priority to veterans seeking civil service jobs, and then goes on to express some of the concerns that I've already expressed in terms of the lack of available civil service jobs and the hiring freezes. But she points out that the initiative increases funding for vocational rehabilitation programs to $75,800 per veteran. That sounds like a lot of money. However, she points out the fine print belies the seeming generosity. The money is allocated at $2 million over 5 years, spread out over 1,300 veterans. So that actually only comes to $1,500 each. not $75,800. So that's misleading, and it undermines the government's credibility that they do that kind of thing, that they'll put out information that's simply not true, I mean, or that's misleading. So I'll also draw your attention, Mr. Speaker, to a previous time when the government did this, and this was supposedly a $2 billion fund that was announced in 2011 as a claimed commitment to enhance the new Veterans Charter, but on closer inspection, it turned out that that $2 billion was actually $40 million annually over 50 years. This is the only government I've ever heard of that would make a promise 50 years into the future and then talk about it today as if it's money in their budget. So, Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate to have this kind of lack of credibility and trust on the part of this government, but that's the situation that we're in because of their repeated failures and their failure to deliver for ill and injured soldiers, their failure to deliver for veterans, and their failure to deliver for Canadians. Speaking of ill and injured soldiers, I want to talk a bit about that as well, because that has been a place where Canadians have really let down the men and women in uniform through their government's failure to address properly the kinds of support that are needed by ill and injured soldiers. And there's been so many times during my term as a defense critic that I've become aware of yet another way in which the soldiers are being let down. In 2003, Mr. Speaker, it was identified the kind of military, the kind of personnel, health professionals that would be needed for the Canadian Armed Forces as our country was entering the war in Afghanistan. So in 2003, these postings were identified as a need. And until very recently, we still had well over 10% of those positions, more like 15% of those positions never filled. So that meant there were bases across the country that didn't have access to a psychiatrist. In fact, one half of the Canadian bases, as recently as a few months ago, had no psychiatrist available on the base. And this is in a situation in which there are literally hundreds and hundreds of Canadian Armed Forces members who have served in Afghanistan, sometimes served repeatedly, been injured, possibly suffering from PTSD, and not even able to see a psychiatrist at their base. There's a number of other concerns that I've had with support for this soldiers. These are the very soldiers that in many cases are transitioning out, which this bill is intended to support. However, I'd like to draw your attention, Mr. Speaker, to the fact that these armed force members also, the veterans are not receiving the kind of respect that we Canadians have promised to accord them as long ago as 100 years ago, when our Prime Minister Borden made that promise in the First World War that veterans and returning soldiers would receive the respect and care that they deserve for the sacrifices they've made. This is a government that has actually gone to court and sent its lawyers to make representations in court that that contract does not exist. I mean, it's shameful in the first place that veterans and armed and injured soldiers have to go to court to get their due. And in the Manouche lawsuit, some $800 million that had been clawed back from veterans was reinstated by the courts. In the Equitas lawsuit, the armed force members and veterans are still fighting to get proper compensation for their injuries, and it's being the government's contention is that they have no more claim on the public purse than any person in Canada, as though they were an individual on social assistance, that they have no more claim than that for their compensation. And in fact, the compensation under the new Veterans Charter is less than workers' compensation would pay for the same injuries. Now, that is a disrespect for the veterans. That adds to the disrespect that has been shown by the minister when veterans have come to Ottawa to present their case and present their concerns about pensions that will be, in the cases of armed force members and veterans who are the most severely disabled, those pensions drop almost in half when they turn 65 to below a living wage. When the veterans come forward to talk about their concerns, this minister was so disrespectful. He kept them waiting for over an hour. When he finally showed up for a few minutes before their press conference, he was rude to the veterans, and he stomped off. I mean, this has been symbolic to the veteran community of the disrespect and contempt in which they're held. And I think that is sad. Comment on this government, and it's sad to people right across the country. There's been many other examples of that disrespect, such as closing veterans' offices to save a few $1 million while spending $30 million to promote the War of 1812. So that tells you where this government's priorities are. The government's priorities are to burnish up their brand as a warrior government, but it is not to actually treat the real warriors with the kind of support and respect that they deserve. So, Mr. Speaker, in terms of this bill, we will be supporting it as the Liberals because it does advance the opportunity of some veterans to find work through this priority hiring in the civil service. But it is thin gruel, I have to say, in terms of what it actually does to address the concerns of our armed force members who have become ill or injured in the course of duty and service, and it does very little to nothing to address the key concerns that veterans have that they've been bringing and that they want resolved and solved by this government. Thank you.
At this point, we'll have 10 minutes for good questions and hopefully good answers, both. So the member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for her speech. I know that at heart she cares about our veterans, as every member of this House does. But I'm troubled again, Mr. Speaker. We appeared on a political panel show a while ago together, and it was clear she doesn't understand the role of the Legion with our veterans, and actually mocked me for suggesting the Legion play an important role through their veteran service officers. And today she starts talking about the Poppy Fund being used for buildings and rents and things like that, when the Poppy Fund actually goes to help our veterans and has since 1925, when by act of this Parliament we empowered the Legion to be the eyes and ears for the government in the communities of the nation. I'd ask the honourable member if she could explain to this House where the funds from the Poppy Fund go to help our veterans, and how we as a government can support the Legion in their veterans' activities.
On having heard from the veterans' representatives themselves at the Legion, how it stretches the very good work that they do in supporting veterans, and that work is appreciated on all sides of the House, but how difficult it is for them to actually implement their full programming when the bureaucracy in national defense is causing veterans to not be able to pay their rent just through how long they're having to wait for the benefits that they're entitled to. I don't think that that's what the Legion was intended to do. And certainly the members that were speaking to me don't think that's what the Legion was intended to do. So I would like to ask the member from Durham whether he thinks the Legion's purpose is to pick up the ball for when there is a thicket of red tape in national defense that undermines the ability of a released soldier to be able to pay their household bills because they're waiting months and months and months for their benefits.
The member for St. John.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, it's really ironic to hear the member for Vancouver Quadra, who is the liberal critic for national defense, to talk to us about bureaucracy, about this government failing our veterans, failing our soldiers, failing our men and women in uniform. It's really ironic because I know she was not there at that time, but it is that very party that made in 1994 the cuts in the federal budget in the defense that led to the closure of the military college of Saint-Jean in my riding. So it's really ironic to hear her criticize that government that didn't make more, and that because that's true, and it's actually the conservative government that brought that back, not entirely, because there's still work to do, and the university part is we're still waiting for that, and in 2015, I hope that we will be in government and be able to bring back that university part. But I would like to ask to the member of Vancouver Quadra, how can she reconciliate those two contradictory statements that she made in her speech?
The member for Vancouver Quadra in response.
Clarification of history here for the member. Following the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989, for the following decade, there was a shrinkage of funding for the military under Prime Minister Mulroney and Prime Minister Chrétien alike. By 2000, those funds were being built back, and they were built back for a decade between 2000 and 2010. However, since 2010, there has been a series of hiring freezes and budget lapsing and budget cuts that, according to a senior defense analyst, Dave Perry, account for a $30 billion shortfall at this point between what the government promised in its defense strategy and what people were counting on and what the military equipment required. Between that marker and what they've actually put forward is a $30 billion gap under this Conservative government.
Questions, comments? The member for Ottawa South.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciated my colleague's comments, particularly with respect to the rent problem. I have Canadian Forces Base uplands in my riding, and I've heard from many families who are struggling under the weight of the rental problems that just continue to go on and on and on. But I want to raise another important point. The government is taking a tepid and important step towards helping our veterans find meaningful employment. However, overseen by the President of the Treasury Board and the Minister for Foreign Affairs, who's Regional Minister for the National Capital Region, we've seen 30,000 to 50,000 jobs slashed. So many jobs slashed, in fact, Mr. Speaker, that the outgoing Parliamentary Budget Officer was never given the information, was never able to expose for Canadians and veterans where all those cuts were taking place and what frontline services were being affected. So we're trying to reconcile over here. On the one hand, the government says we want to do something meaningful for our veterans. On the other hand, surreptitiously, in the dark, they're slashing thousands and thousands and thousands of jobs. Just today, another 100 to 300 jobs being lost to Canada Post. So it's an interesting question. And lastly, can she help us understand, Mr. Speaker, how is it possible that the government is going to take these very, very, very small steps, very small funds, when it spends $42 million a year on obscene economic action plan advertising in the middle of hockey playoffs?
Honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I would say about this particular bill is that while it purports to do something positive in terms of employment, it's in fact what I would describe as an empty purse. And the member just was clear about why that is with the cuts to civil service. There's not much on offer here. But what it really does, from my perspective, is it reinforces the concern that this government has essentially contempt and disrespect for the veterans. where was the consultation with veterans that resulted in the conclusion that the thing that they really wanted was to move up a couple of levels in the priority list for civil service jobs? Where was that their top priority? What I've been hearing is their top priority is to actually address the failures in the new Veterans Charter that the government has supposedly been studying. What they've been asking for is for pensions that give them a life above the poverty level. They've been asking for veterans' offices where they can go and talk to a human being. When the veterans came here to meet us in Parliament, one of them said, "I tried the human resources line. I waited for an hour on the line, and when somebody finally answered, they said, 'Oh, no, sorry, I can't help you with that.'" That's the kind of service that this government wants our veterans to have. So clearly they haven't been listening.
And comments. We have time just for a brief question and response. The
Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Rather. Gaspésie-Madeleine, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, indeed, yes, my writing is very large. Thank you. I would like to echo what my colleague said with regard to the lack of consistency in the speech from the Liberal member. We remember under the Chrétien government, it was well known that this was a period of darkness with regard to budget cuts for the Canadian Forces. For example, the funeral aid program was really slashed. I would like to hear the comments of my colleague with regard to assistance to our veterans for funeral expenses. Did she find that those were justifiable cuts, and how can she justify her comments today, given the huge cuts that we saw under the Chrétien government?
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you very much for my colleague's comments. I would just like to point out that it was not the government of, we're here, this is not the Jean Chrétien government. We've had a Conservative government in place for over 8 years. And the Conservative government, isn't it at least somewhat responsible for the situation of veterans and the service men and women of today? Why doesn't the NDP realize that there are other challenges and concerning the failures of this government? This government has had 8 years in power, and it spent 4 of those years cutting the budget, but not in a transparent fashion. It was done on the sly. And that is why there's been such chaos in the armed forces and in the veterans' offices.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin, I'm delighted just to share my time today with the member from Durham. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today and support our government's efforts to help Canada's veterans find meaningful employment after their service is complete, and join in the support of Bill C-27, the Veterans Hiring Act. Mr. Speaker, we've been working hard to provide Canada's veterans and their families with the support they need. Our proposed measures to improve access to federal service jobs for veterans are a perfect example of this. It provides Canada's deserving veterans significantly increased access to jobs in the federal public service, access to rewarding and meaningful jobs that will allow them to continue to lead and serve our great country. The bill before us builds on a previous commitment made by our government as well as new ones outlined in Economic Action Plan 2014 to help move veterans to the front of the line for federal public service jobs. First and foremost, eligible veterans whose military service is cut short by career-ending injury or illness suffered in the line of duty will be given statutory priority consideration for job openings in the public service. This change will give these veterans the highest level of consideration for jobs in the federal public service, a well-deserved advantage that recognizes their sacrifices for Canada. This single measure clearly demonstrates our government understands that while men and women with disabilities may no longer be able to continue serving in the Canadian Armed Forces, they are still very capable of making great contributions to the service of our country. That is the same principle behind our proposal to increase the existing priority entitlement for all medically released veterans from 2 to 5 years. However, we propose to take this even further. The initiative we have proposed today will also allow a great number of veterans and still serving military personnel to participate in the hiring process for advertised positions in the federal public service who have at least 3 years of service. This will give our honorably released veterans and still serving military personnel access to the public service employment opportunities they need to thrive following their service. Under this legislation, eligibility for these opportunities would continue for a full 5 years after release, giving our veterans the opportunity to upgrade any training or education that they deem necessary. As much as these changes would provide Canada's veterans with access to public service jobs, it is important that a measure be put in place to ensure that they are seriously considered for the opportunities for which they applied. That is why this bill gives our personnel and veterans priority for externally advertised jobs if they have 3 years of military service. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to support all of these amendments. They are truly the right thing to do. These new measures, coupled with our significant investments and initiatives, provide our veterans with much of the support that they need. I'm proud that our government has listened to the needs of our military personnel that have served with such valor and courage. Let me assure you, Mr. Speaker, we are not only listening, we are taking concrete, substantive action to ensure that these brave men and women are provided opportunities they so richly deserve. Our government has already invested almost $4.7 billion in new funding to improve the benefits and services we provide to veterans and their families. We've also established the Veterans Bill of Rights, something our veterans have been asking for since the 1960s. To ensure the fair treatment of veterans, their representatives, and their families, we created the Office of the Veterans Ombudsman. Since 2007, we have also doubled VAC's national network of operational stress injury clinics from 5 to 10, which has addressed the growing number of veterans suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder and other mental health conditions. Further, since forming government, we've implemented many important mental health programs and initiatives, and they include developing access to a national network of more than 4,800 community mental health professionals so veterans can get the help they need wherever they live, establishing the VAC Assistance Service, a 24-hour toll-free line that provides veterans and their families with short-term professional counseling and referral services, including support for mental and emotional health concerns. And lastly, investing in a peer support program for injured and ill veterans and still serving members, and expanding it to the support of their families. In 2008, we enhanced the critically acclaimed Veterans Independence Program so that thousands of veterans, widows, and caregivers could also receive the housekeeping and grounds maintenance services they need to remain in their own homes. In 2009, we restored and expanded benefits for approximately 3,600 allied veterans and 1,000 families who had made Canada their home. That same year, we worked with the Department of National Defence to open our first integrated personnel support centres on Canadian Armed Forces bases and wings. Today, there are 24 such centres across the country, as well as 7 satellite offices, so that more than 100 VAC employees are now working alongside their counterparts at National Defence to provide coordinated services for releasing military men and women. In 2010, we announced we were significantly enhancing the new Veterans Charter. change that we implemented in October 11 to better ensure that our most seriously injured veterans and their families are receiving the financial support they require. In order to serve veterans and their families better, faster, and in modern and convenient ways, we launched the Cutting Red Tape for Veterans initiative. Through this initiative, we have 1, simplified our policies and programs for veterans, 2, streamlined business processes at Veterans Affairs, and 3rd, introduced new technologies. To better ensure Canada's veterans and Canadian Armed Forces personnel are making a successful transition to civilian life, we developed our Veterans Transition Action Plan. And we are supporting initiatives from the new Veterans Transition Advisory Council that are helping to raise awareness of the skill sets veterans have to offer to the private sector. Our government continues to work ambitiously to ensure Canada's men and women in uniform transition out of military life with the utmost of success. That is why we have been proud supporter and financial partner in the new Helmets to Hard Hats Canada program, a program that is providing veterans with opportunities for employment and apprenticeship in the construction industry. That is also why we are working with Corporate Canada and the Canadian Armed Forces in partnership with employers across the country to assist veterans in transitioning to civilian careers. Mr. Speaker, our government will continue to ensure that our veterans succeed after their service. And that's why we have brought forward these measures that build on all the investments and initiatives our government has made in support of our veterans. It establishes our unprecedented level of commitment to hiring veterans in the federal public service, and it delivers meaningful new opportunities for Canada's veterans and military personnel. Mr. Speaker, this legislation is a giant leap forward, not just for these remarkable men and women, but for our country. Canadian Armed Forces personnel and veterans are admired for their leadership and teamwork and have executed their duties faithfully and effectively to serve our nation at home and abroad. They have taken up the cause to defend our rights and freedoms and preserve our way of life. They have the skills, training, and experience that make them strong candidates for federal public service jobs. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to ensuring that when veterans leave military service, that they have the support they need to transition with the utmost success. That is why, Mr. Speaker, I urge all members in this House to give their full support to the changes that I've outlined here today, and I thank you for your time.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Honorable Député Alfred.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Before putting a question to my colleague on his speech, I would like to point out that we in the NDP are going to be supporting Bill C-27, even though we consider that, unfortunately, it doesn't go far enough. So I do have a question for my colleague concerning a specific detail. I don't know if my colleague will be able to answer, but I did see in the bill that the surviving spouses of former members of the Canadian Forces who were veterans in the Second World War and the Korean War, they will have priority in the appointment process for public service jobs, but the surviving spouses of former members of the Canadian Forces who served at least 3 years, so those spouses will not be given such priority. I would like to know why that criterion was inserted, because we, on this side of the House, do not agree with this provision, because we consider that surviving spouses of those who laid down their lives for this country do deserve this preferential treatment, regardless of where the service was performed.
West.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me first thank my colleague for the question, and I think it's important to recognize that this bill has been geared to not only veterans but to their families, to ensure that our families are cared for. And I'd like to just draw the attention of the House to a quotation that the Minister of Veterans Affairs made not long ago. It said, quote, this is Minister from Vaughan, "The Public Service Alliance of Canada has zero credibility on veterans issues. This is the group that opposes giving priority hiring for federal government jobs to injured veterans. Veterans stood up for Canada through thick and thin, while PSAC stands for veterans only when it suits their political goals. Mr. Speaker, we as the government in presenting this bill want to provide an environment where our veterans will be cared for, where their families will have the ability to meet their needs, their bills, and will live a fruitful and fulfilling life after their years of service, and I believe that this bill does just that. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a former member of the VAC committee, I actually got to see what our government was doing for veterans and what we continue to do for veterans. I have family that are veterans that served in Afghanistan. I'm proud of that fact. If I had better eyes, I likely would have been a veteran myself, and as I wished I would be a former member of the Air Force. But anyway, nevertheless, what I find unfortunate about the discussion, some of the discussions that go around the veterans issues, is that even though we work together in committee, we work for veterans, we all do. We honestly do behind the scenes. What's really problematic to me is it becomes a political pawn. Veterans become that pawn of the political opposition. And for me, it's unfortunate because we should be all working towards veterans' needs and working towards a good end for those veterans. I'd just like to ask the honourable member what he thinks of veterans being used as a political pawn.
Mr. Julian. The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Well, I thank my colleague for his question. Mr. Speaker, as I spoke earlier in the House on another issue, I was here last Friday, May the 9th, for the National Day of Honour. And I have to tell you, as a Canadian, I could not have been more proud to witness the veterans who have served in Afghanistan, their families, the families of those who were unfortunately lost in that conflict, who are being recognized, honored, and respected. And I have to say that the recognition on the National Day of Honor was by all Canadians to these folks. And I, as a Canadian, standing here in Ottawa, witnessing the tens of thousands of people who came to honor our veterans, I think spoke poignantly to the fact that we as Canadians do honor our veterans. Obviously, we want to recognize their contribution to keeping our country free and safe, and they've done that for us. I think that when it enters this House, it should be maintained at a high level of respect and honor. And I would hope that all members in this House, regardless of party, are able to maintain that balance in ensuring that whatever we discuss relative to the service and the commitment of our veterans, that we maintain that high level of standard that recognizes and honors their commitment to our great country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, I see the honourable member for Burnaby New Westminster is rising.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I'm rising on a point of order regarding the usage of Standing Order 56.1. And as you know, Mr. Chair, on March 27, 2014, under Standing Order 56.1, the government passed a motion ordering the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs to study allegations of inappropriate use of House of Commons resources, allegations that were found after a little less than 2 hours of questions yesterday at Procedure and House Affairs to be baseless, as it turns out. But I believe, Mr. Speaker, that the motion in question was incorrectly accepted by the Chair in the heat of the moment as being in order. And I will be asking that the Chair spell out the limits of Standing Order 56.1 for the sake of clarity in the future. The reason why this is so important, Mr. Speaker, is to prevent the abuse of an extraordinarily powerful tool for the government, who, it must be said, already have a disproportionate number of procedural levers at their disposal. Comme vous le savez, Monsieur le Président,
as you know, Mr. Speaker, in order to oppose this maneuver, 25 members of Parliament have to rise in order to impose this decision without any debate. And perhaps 25 members seems at first glance to be a reasonable number. But, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the context in which third parties and fourth and fifth parties even sometimes have 20 or 15 or 10 people in the House, or even 4 or 5. We're talking about small political parties sometimes who only have 2 or 3 or 4 parties as well. So that means that effectively, if we leave, if we enforce 56.1, then that means the government can do anything it wants. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, this causes a lot of problems for the future of this House.
Mr. Speaker, following that next election, that if the Conservative Party continues the way it's going, that they may have difficulty getting the 25 members in the House in the next Parliament that would allow them to stop this particular procedural strategy. Now, regardless of the specifics, Mr. Speaker, I believe it's crucial to underline that this rule was always meant to be used for the more mundane, daily routine business of the House, and not as a way to circumvent the democratic process that is meant to be followed by substantive matters. While the rules surrounding the use of Standing Order 56.1 have often been the subject of difficult rulings from the Chair, I believe the motion of March 27th should have been deemed to be out of order. I will ask the Chair to clarify, with the obvious benefit of hindsight, whether or not this motion was admissible, and will also seek your guidance as to what should be done in the future when members of this place are faced with a similar situation. As the Chair knows, the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition appeared as a witness before PROC yesterday for nearly 2 hours until the Chair basically said all the questions have been answered and called prematurely to an end the committee. As part of the study, the committee was ordered to conduct by the motion of March 27th. As I'm sure the Chair is also aware, the Opposition Leader clearly explained to the members of the Conservative Party and the Liberal members on PROC that the NDP's satellite offices were set up in consultation with and approval from the House of Commons, and that the NDP was proud to be working outside of the Ottawa bubble to reach out to Canadians in the communities where they work and live. Now, Mr. Speaker, my issue here is not with the fact that PROC considered the matter of these satellite offices, which I actually believe provided the official opposition and the Leader of the official opposition a wonderful opportunity to clarify the facts of the matter, and not to mention provided also a wonderful sneak preview of what it might look like to have a Prime Minister who's actually willing to and capable of answering tough questions. No, Mr. Speaker, it's not the political issue that we're talking about. My issue here is procedural and concerns the use of Standing Order 56.1 on matters for which it was never intended, Mr. Speaker. So let me read to you what Standing Order 56.1 says specifically for your review, Mr. Speaker. Quote, in relation to any routine motion for the presentation of which unanimous consent is required and has been denied, a Minister of the Crown may request during routine proceedings that the Speaker propose the said question to the House. And B, for the purposes of this standing order, and in quotation marks, routine motion, shall be understood to mean any motion made upon routine proceedings which may be required for the observance of the proprieties of the House, the maintenance of its authority, the management of its business, the arrangement of its proceedings, the establishing of the powers of its committees, the correctness of its records, or the fixing of its sitting days, or the times of its meeting or adjournment. That's a close quote, Mr. Speaker. Mr.
Speaker, when Standing Order 56.1 was created, members tried to define the limits of it, as we see in the standing orders. Unfortunately, many things remained unsaid in 56.1, which explains that the kind of motions that can be accepted under this standing order have often been the subject of points of order in the House, as you know. Nevertheless, what's written in 56.1 of the standing orders is very clear, and I'd like to draw your attention to the only part of this standing order that deals with committees. And it says, for the purposes of 56.1, only motions that will be required for the the establishing of the powers of its committee are in order. So it means that this can be used to prevent committees from traveling, for example, which has been done in the past. However, I believe that it's clear in reading 56.1 that the fact of giving an instruction to a committee clearly goes beyond the scope of this standing order, and therefore the motion of the Minister of Labour should have been found to be out of order by the Speaker.
72 of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice by O'Brien and Bosk. I know you know it from backwards and forwards. We can read the following, and this is a quote. The use of Article 56.1 to give a direction to a standing committee of the House has been deemed contrary to the standing orders, unquote. I'll read that again, Mr. Speaker. The use of Article 56.1 to give a direction to a standing committee of the House has been deemed contrary to the standing orders. Now, indeed, there has been only one other time when Standing Order 56.1 was used in this matter, and the Speaker at the time ruled the motion, Mr. Speaker, ruled the motion to be out of order. On May 31st, 2007, the Government House Leader moved the following motion under Standing Order 56.1, and I quote, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practices of the House, when the Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development convenes a meeting, it shall not be adjourned or suspended until it completes the committee stage of Bill C-44, except pursuant to a motion by a parliamentary secretary, and, provided the bill is adopted by the committee, agrees to report the bill to the House within 2 sitting days following the completion of the committee stage. Close quote. Now, less than 25 members having risen to oppose the motion, it was adopted. However, the member for Wascana, realizing the mistake of the chair, then rose on a point of order asking that the chair deem the motion to be inadmissible. The chair immediately ruled the motion to be out of order and said, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, I think that the use of Standing Order 56.1 to direct the business of the committee, of any committee, is a new development in the House and one that I find out of order. That's a close quote, Mr. Speaker. And he added to his ruling on June 5th, 2007, quote, a key element in my ruling today is the fundamental precept that standing committees are masters of their own procedure. Indeed, so entrenched is that precept that only in a select few standing orders does the House make provision for intervening directly into the conduct of standing committee affairs. And he added, Mr. Speaker, at the time, I quote again, the only reference to committees in the standing order is one allowing motions for the establishing of the powers of its committees, suggesting that the rule was meant to be used not to reach into the conduct of standing committee affairs to direct them, but rather in a routine manner to provide them powers they do not already possess. The only examples dealing with standing committees or standing committee activity the Chair has been able to find have to do with granting standing committees the power to travel. And the use of Standing Order 56.1, as you know, in that regard, falls squarely within the parameters of the rule.
Outside of these very clear and specific cases, the Speaker of this House has several times been forced to speak to Standing Order 56.1, talking about this bill in the Standing Order. Speaker Fraser made the following clarifications, and he said, if I understand correctly, the derogatory provisions deal with a very clear scope and limit what the minister can do during our day. Furthermore, Speaker Milliken, on the 18th of September 2001, Mr. Speaker, that it is important to emphasize that at the time of the adoption of this standing order, the intent was to use it only regarding the routine proceedings that are listed under 56.1 56.1b of the standing orders. Mr. Speaker, I could give you other examples, but I don't want to take up too much time on this. I think that this case is particularly clear, particularly as far as committees are concerned. Standing Order 56.1 of the standing orders can only be used or cannot be used, rather, to give them powers that they don't already have, and it can only be used to authorize travel. Using 56.1 to give instruction to a committee holding a study, to hold a study, to hear from certain witnesses, for example, goes well beyond the scope of 56.1. As a result, the Speaker should have indicated that this motion was out of order.
Moved by the Minister for the Status of Women on March 27th represents a new use of Standing Order 56.1, one that does not respect practice nor rulings of previous speakers on this order. The government had a normal mechanism for asking a committee for a study. The mechanism that we have for this is to table a motion and, following the normal notice period, call it for debate and a decision from the House. There was nothing preventing the government from proceeding in this way. There were no extraordinary circumstances justifying the use of the extreme measure of Standing Order 56.1 in a way for which it was never intended. Now, I must say, Mr. Speaker, that I worry because I'm noticing a trend with this government which tends to completely disregard the spirit of the practices and procedures that guide our work here in the House of Commons. Of course, we'd all like the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to proactively review and clarify the standing order in question, but as you know, Mr. Speaker, they've been very busy fulfilling the order of the House as part of a kangaroo court routine. Now, Mr. Speaker, this use of 56.1 cannot be allowed to stand without clarification from the chair. The precedent would put MPs, not from our party, we'll have 25 from here till the election, every routine standing orders, but for the smaller parties in this Parliament who do not have 25 members that can stand, and the Conservatives in future parliaments that won't have 25 members to stand, all of them would be at risk of further abuse by majority governments like this one that have lost all reference for this institution and its foundational importance to our democracy. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I would ask you to reflect on the Chair's decision to allow the government's motion of March 27th to be presented pursuant to Standing Order 56.1, and to also provide any further guidance to the House as to how this provision should and should not be used in the future. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Government House Leader is rising on the same point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I am rising in response to this point. And the issue, of course, is what is an eligible motion under Standing Order 56.1. Standing Order 56.1b provides that, quote, for the purposes of this standing order, routine motion shall be understood to mean any motion made upon routine proceedings which may be required for the observance of the proprieties of the House, the maintenance of its authorities, the management of its business, the arrangement of its proceedings, and then the next phrase is critical, the establishing of the powers of its committees, the correctness of its records, or the fixing of its sitting days, or the times of its meeting or adjournment, end quote. And I'll emphasize again that key phrase, for the purposes, it is for the purpose of establishing the powers of its committees. That is part of its authority. Now, quite clearly, the primary thrust of the motion of the honourable member is of the honourable Minister of Labour, the motion that gave rise to the appearance of the Leader of the Opposition before the committee dealing with the question of the improper use of taxpayers' funds by the NDP, was to give the Procedure and House Affairs Committee an order of reference, or to use the words of the standing order, establishing the powers of that committee. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the last time that this standing order was invoked was to provide a committee with an order of reference. Page 2289 of the journals for November 8, 2012 shows that the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights was mandated through a motion proposed under Standing Order 56.1 to conduct the study required by Section 533.1 of the Criminal Code. As you can see, there was an order of reference to the committee, exactly the same as happened in this case on a matter that otherwise needed to be given. The committee needed to be given the authority, including the authority to hear that witness in particular. Prior to the adoption of Standing Order 56.2, we also saw a number of instances where Standing Order 56.1 was used to authorize committee travel. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, second edition at page 461, informs us that Speaker Milliken, quote, also suggested that this rule was meant to be used not to reach into the conduct of standing committee affairs to direct them, but rather in a routine matter to provide them with powers they do not already possess, such as the power to travel, end quote. The latter portion of that quote, Mr. Speaker, is important to bear in mind, and it echoes the ruling of Deputy Speaker Bill Blakey at page 10124 of the debates for June 5, 2007. It's important to recall that the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs is exempted from the general and broad sweeping order of reference which Standing Order 108-2 confers upon most of our standing committee. That particular committee's permanent mandate derives largely from Standing Order 108-3A. It is buttressed by numerous specific orders of reference which this House adopts. In that sense, the motion of the Honourable Member, the Minister of Labour, sought to empower it, the committee, at the very least, to remove any doubts whatsoever that it is indeed empowered to study the matter of the troubling allegations about how the official opposition has been using the resources provided to it by the House of Commons. Beyond that particular element of the motion, Mr. Speaker, committees generally have the power to send for persons, but pages 136 and 137, O'Brien and Boss remind us that, quote, committees are not empowered to compel the attendance of the Queen, the Governor-General, members, senators, officers of another legislature, or persons outside of Canada, end quote. To that end, the latter half of the motion empowered the committee by doing something which it itself could not do. Thus, it was necessary to resort to this House, to a motion of this House, in order to provide it with those powers, if you will, establishing the powers of committee as contemplated in 56(1)(b, and to provide that order of reference. Clearly, the motion of the Honourable Minister of Labour met the test of establishing the powers for a committee, as the standing order states, and as Mr. Speaker Milliken and Deputy Speaker Bill Blakey have ruled in the past. Now, I note that there was some reference made to substantive matters. Well, I will note that on the member's reference to the restriction against using the standing order on substantive matters, that is somewhat defined by previous decisions, and we do have guidance. I would quote Mr. Speaker Milliken from his ruling at page 5974 of the debates on May 13, 2005, where he said, "It is quite clear that the use of Standing Order 56(1), while allowing the House to determine things in relation to its affairs that are not substantive matters, that is passing laws, may be done by using this technique," end quote. So clearly in that decision right there, he has equated the passing of laws, that is through the parliamentary process, as the substantive matters that are not covered by Standing Order 56(1). That is, the House could not, through 56(1), attempt to substitute any element of the statutory process for passing laws. But that is what Speaker Milliken has said is meant by substantive matters. Clearly, what we were talking about, or what the committee was dealing with in this matter, was not the question of a substantive matter in passing a law, but rather a very separate matter about the administration of the House, a matter under the authority of the Procedure and House Affairs, normally part of their jurisdiction, and specifically the misspending of taxpayers' funds by the NDP for partisan purposes in partisan NDP offices. Now, again, though that aspect of the ruling of Mr. Milliken related to the interaction between Standing Order 56(1) and the requirement of Section 49 of the Constitution Act 1867 for decisions here to be taken by a majority, your predecessor clearly distinguished between questions of substance and, quote, matters of internal procedure which the House can decide on its own initiative, end quote. The motion of the Honourable Minister of Labour did not relate to the passage of any bill or the creation of any law, and therefore it should not have been ruled out of order and was properly ruled to be in order and accepted by the Speaker at that time. Finally, sir, I would conclude by referring you to pages 672 and 673 of O'Brien and Bosque, where the authors conclude their treatment of Standing Order 56-1 with the following, quote, Speakers Perron and Milliken both urged the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs to examine the appropriate use of this standing order. Having received no feedback from the committee to the House, the Speaker stated that he did not feel it was for the Chair to rule out of order a motion that appeared to be in compliance with the standing order despite any reservations he may have expressed about it, end quote. Though, in the present case, the motion more than appears to be in compliance with Standing Order 56-1, it is in compliance, I would submit. And in fact, I think that above example shows you that despite an invitation to somehow further restrict the application of it, the Committee on Procedural Affairs and this House has declined to do so, leaving all those powers I have discussed earlier in this argument in place. And finally, I'd like to make one further point, which actually relates to the earlier point of order that was made, as well as this discussion of the appearance of the NDP leader on the matter of the misuse of parliamentary resources for partisan purposes. And that is that the early standing order, the earlier point of order that was raised for point of privilege by the member for Kitchener Centre, dealt with the fact that the NDP were suggesting he had misused parliamentary resources when he had, in fact, as he said here, gone to the extra step of asking the House of Commons to ensure that no parliamentary resources were ever misused by him, and asking permission to pay for resources that would have been spent on a partisan purpose to ensure that they were not, something on his own initiative. And he ensured that those monies were paid back. And I think that's a very notable example, a notable precedent. And I think it's one that the NDP might wish to reflect on in dealing with this point of order, that perhaps that's the way situations like the one they find themselves in right now are properly being dealt with. Perhaps they should now go to the administration of the House of Commons and offer to pay back the funds they have spent inappropriately on partisan purposes.
I thank the Honourable Government House Leader and the Honourable Opposition House Leader for their interventions on this matter. I am mindful that it's been nearly 2 months since the particular incident motion was considered by the House. Nonetheless, in these matters, obviously, we will take these under advisement and consider each of the interventions, the comments that have been made by those intervening. And on the same matter, I see the Honourable Member for Ottawa South wishing. He's rising on the same point. I'm sorry, the Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, very briefly, just to put a marker down, the Liberal Party of Canada reserves the right here going forward to examine this in greater detail and come back at a later date to make a submission for the Chair's consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Duly noted. I thank the Honourable Member for Ottawa South for reminding that there may indeed be another opportunity to weigh in on the matter. So we'll take this matter under advisement in the days ahead and get back to the House accordingly. I see the Honourable Minister of Public Works is rising on a different point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order. I wish to correct some figures that I cited in the House today during question period in response to some questions. What I said was that over 80% of garments bought by the government are bought for the RCMP and public service, and 90% of those garments are made in Canada. Mr. Speaker, I apologize. What I intended to say was that over 90% of garments bought by Public Works are bought for the RCMP and D&D, and 98% of those garments are made here in Canada. I do hope that we'll be able to correct these much better numbers in the record in both my French and my English responses.
Very important.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm sure the House thanks the Honourable Minister for the clarification in that respect. And now, it being 1:43, the House will proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, affaires émanant des députés, reprise du débat.
Resuming debate at second reading on Bill C-568, an act respecting former Canadian Forces members. In the name of Mr. Brahmi. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to speak today in favor of this bill, which would provide extra assistance and essential assistance to Canadian veterans. These men and women who risk their lives to serve Canada, and the pride that they will have for a long time, but also they will also suffer from long-term psychological and physical consequences. So it's essential that the government provide long-term health care. This is the least we can do for their sacrifice. With the end of the Afghanistan mission, a number of soldiers have come home and they can finally put down their weapons and stop fighting. Unfortunately, now they have to fight with the Canadian government to get what they deserve. Because war veterans from before 1953 have access to long-term health care. They've had access to reserved beds in community facilities and in departmental beds. Veterans who served in Cyprus, Bosnia, and Afghanistan, and all other veterans of the modern age are told by Veterans Affairs that they're not in the right category for those services. Modern-day veterans only have access to a community bed, and they have no priority, so they have to follow the normal selection process. But several veterans who served in wartime, the number of those veterans keeps rising. There are 50% fewer of them. There will be 50% fewer of them in 2016 and more vacant beds. And as the former Vice President of the Parkwood Hospital, Elaine Gibson, said, Parkwood has 37 empty beds for veterans, but the legislation prevents us from taking patients who don't meet the criteria. They have to have served during the Second World War or the Korean War. If the rules were different, we would be there to care for them. Veterans are thus victims of bureaucratic categories and the fact that this Conservative government isn't willing to listen to them or help them. Not only have the Conservatives not attempted to solve this problem and provide access to beds set aside for veterans, modern-day veterans, they've also decided that what little services veterans were getting was too much. They refused to do what the NDP was calling for, and that is to do like the U.S., Great Britain, and Australia, and spare Veterans Affairs budget cuts. They took $226 million away and cut 800 positions at Veterans Affairs. If we compare this to the current cost of providing long-term care to 8,500 veterans, it's $284 million, and the average age of the veterans is 87 years, so the current generation of veterans has something to be worried about. The country is seeing a wave of military suicides, and they've closed 8 Veterans Affairs offices that provided assistance with mental illness. It's obvious that the Conservatives like the Army, but they really don't care much about soldiers. When a group of veterans concerned about the closure of these offices came to Ottawa to discuss the issue with Minister Fantino, he didn't even attend the meeting. This shows the respect this government has for our veterans. Coming back to the subject of this bill, if it were passed, this bill would rectify the situation when it comes to long-term care. This bill would do away with an unfair distinction between veterans prior to and after 1953, because all men and women having served in the Canadian Forces are entitled to respect and they're entitled to long-term care that's government-funded. It's therefore essential to amend the Veterans Affairs Department Act to extend health care, treatment, and other benefits to all veterans who fit the definition. What C-568 proposes is to make up for one of the most glaring shortcomings and to make beds available to modern-day veterans. The government also has to work with the NDP and veterans associations to simplify the eligibility criteria. These rules greatly complicate access to benefits for veterans and sometimes make them inaccessible. The government needs to revisit its decision to close 8 regional service offices of Veterans Affairs. Those offices provide essential assistance to our veterans. The government should also do away with the unfair reduction of veterans' pensions in keeping with the Manouche decision. The government should also update the Veterans Charter, including the lump sum paid to wounded soldiers. They also need to set up consistent standards, uniform standards for all veterans. The government needs to expand the independent living program for veterans, including their widows and widowers, and extend it to the RCMP as well. And they need to provide better support to veterans suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder or operational stress injuries, as well as to their families. Coming back to this bill, in his report, the Veterans Ombudsman said that the existence of different categories and the challenges in determining whether a veteran is eligible has been a source of discontent both among clients and staff, frontline staff at Veterans Affairs. It's absolutely essential to follow through on the Ombudsman's report and to put an end to these categories that exclude modern-day veterans. Under current regulations, it's as if they were being told their sacrifice was not as valuable as the sacrifice of their parents or grandparents. Canadians, fortunately, don't see things this simply. For 83% of Canadians, it's important to support members of the Canadian Forces once their service comes to an end. Only 34% of Canadians are proud of the way veterans are being treated today. Only 34%. With the cuts to Veterans Affairs, the Conservatives are showing us clearly that they are not listening to Canadians. Allow me to conclude, Mr. Speaker, by repeating that I support this bill because all veterans who've served Canada with the same courage and distinction deserve the same treatment. They deserve to be cared for and provided the proper services. The NDP believes that they all should have the same rights and they should all have access to long-term care. The amendment under C-568 would guarantee this right by making beds available to veterans who served after 1953. In my riding of Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, we have branch 185 of the Canadian Legion. After visiting them and talking with them, I've been able to see for myself the lack of service available to them and the difficulties they have in accessing what service there is. I'm proud today to support this bill on behalf of veterans in my riding, but also on behalf of the thousands of veterans in all ridings of Canada. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Jean Lebert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to rise in the House in support of Bill 568, which is put forward by my colleague from Saint-Jean.
With power comes responsibility. Canada is fortunate to have a military force whose personnel make us proud. Their work within our borders and abroad is of constant dedication and a continuous source of pride. Canada is recognized as a meaningful contributor to numerous missions abroad, both in peacetime and in times of conflict. In my riding, I am proud to have a number of legions whose members remain vigilant, helping our community to commemorate our history which forms a significant part of our collective memory and serves to inform those who have made Canada their home. Serving as military personnel is a task fraught with many on-the-job risks. Post-traumatic stress disorder increasingly being recognized as a widespread effect on protracted combat operations. The long-term mental health of Canadian troops is coming to bear as an issue requiring more in-depth response from the government, in much the same way as the loss of a limb or injury of the flesh. We here in this House, this government, and all members of this House must take up our responsibilities. When Canadian men and women who choose to serve in our armed forces, they do so at the risk of paying the ultimate price. For that reason, they need to know that we are behind them. They need to know that if they are wounded or in our service, that we are behind them. They need to know that we will provide the care that is needed when it is needed. That we will make sure that their particular needs are addressed. It is a part of the social contract that is a moral obligation that the state has towards its servicemen and women. Since the Great War and the Second World War, Canadians have remained active in deployments abroad, most recently in Afghanistan. But surely we remember our contributions to Bosnia and Cyprus and other missions around the world. Our soldiers go where our leadership tells them, and they bear the scars to prove it. And there are scars. There has been loss of life and limb. There's been injury to body and mind. Their particular roles in these missions are reflected in the particular needs of the healthcare system when their work is done and they return to Canada, their home. These are Canadian veterans, and we should be treating them as such. Canada's recent veterans' needs are great. They need a greater priority. They need greater priority access to long-term health care funded by the Department of Veterans Affairs. This government needs to acknowledge its responsibility. Those eligible Canadians who served before 1953 have earned their access to long-term medical supervision, contract beds in hospitals for acute care, and nursing services. Yes, it's written in the Veterans Health Care regulations, and so it should be. But to be a Canadian veteran doesn't stop as of 1953. So what of those men and women post-1953? For those Canadians who served after 1953, the healthcare picture isn't so rosy. They can access community beds, but these are part of the general pool of beds available to all Canadians in need of a particular type of medical care. But there are no priorities made. To be fair, in Quebec, we do have a federal long-term care institution, but shortly, Veterans Affairs will be transferring it to the province, which means those beds will not be available for modern-day veterans. Our veterans deserve to be treated with respect and dignity, regardless of when they served our country. The government must support long-term health care for modern-day veterans, as it has for those who served before 1953. This should be an inherent understanding and obligation on the part of any democratic government that sends young men and women into harm's way for the country's ideals. The Veterans Ombudsman agrees, so much so that he released a report on the matter. It is called Veterans Long-Term Care Needs. Pretty clear as far as titles go. I hope that the government has read it, because they sure haven't followed it. Mr. Speaker, the government should improve support of veterans who are suffering from PTSD. The government should reverse its decision on the closure of 8 Veterans Affairs offices, and the government should extend Veterans Independence program to all veterans, their spouses, and to the members of the RCMP. Veterans should be cared for. Their families should be cared for, so that they have one less thing to think about while they're running their missions. They are Canadian citizens first and foremost. It is not an issue, Mr. Speaker, that they should be moved to the head of the line, but rather should be afforded the care and respect that they are due. They are our veterans. Our veterans deserve more than the service reductions. They deserve more than budget cuts. They put their lives on the line for Canadians. The least that Canada's government can do is be sure that they did it for a reason. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. En conséquence, j'invite l'honorable député.
Therefore, I invite the honourable member from Saint-Jean to give his 5-minute right of reply. The honourable member for Saint-Jean.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, I listened attentively to the arguments that the government has brought forward to express its opposition to Bill C-568, and one of the objectives of the bill is to give priority access to veterans to beds in community institutions, which represent 2/3 of the 9,000 beds currently occupied. And their reason is because they fear creating useless bureaucracy, but I don't understand this argument, because in reality, the government simply wants to avoid paying a bill that it has the possibility of offloading to the provinces. So we just want the categories of veterans to be created for Section 3. That is the one that it deals with health care, long-term health care. So giving priority access to these beds will not create paperwork or bureaucracy. There will be additional expenses, but our veterans deserve to have us pay collectively for the consequences of the missions that we have asked them to undertake. Because really what we are asking is simply that the federal government change its veteran category model and put in place a system in which those who have served after 1953 receive the same quality care as their predecessors. So we have to talk about access to beds that our veterans will have access to, our veterans of whom we are so proud. There are already 2 problems with community beds: waiting lists and staff turnover, which is directly linked to the wages that are paid to orderlies. And in the case of the transfer of the Saint-Bedview Hospital, the orderlies' wages are going to drop by between 15 and 34%. So how can we avoid staff turnover with such wage cuts? Now, often we talk about 2 categories of veterans: those who have, depending on whether they have served before or after 1953, But there are actually two subcategories of veterans, of modern veterans, depending on whether they served before the new Veterans Charter came into force or afterwards, and that was on April 1st, 2006. So let's talk about the benefit of the doubt that modern-day veterans do not have. For older veterans, if there's a disability linked to service, then automatically there is a presumption that there is a link between the services rendered and the need for long-term care. Whereas for modern-day veterans, even if they received a disability pension, that would have been before 2006, or a disability compensation, that is after 2006, they must prove that there is a link between service and the need for long-term care, which is practically impossible. And do you know why, Mr. Speaker? Because as of a certain age, it is very hard to distinguish between the natural consequences of aging and those consequences that are linked directly to military service, even when the need for long-term care is legitimately linked to military service. And that is why, for example, New Zealand fixed this injustice by creating one single category of veterans as of the age of 75. So the new Veterans Charter, which was adopted in 2006, was supposed to be a living document. But during consultations that I undertook as part of this bill, I heard many veterans complain about the new provisions. And one of the most conclusive examples is that before the new charter, injured veterans received a lifelong disability pension, but since this new chart was put in place, they only receive a lump sum, which simply cannot be compared in financial terms. So in closing, Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind the government and the Conservative members that they must not forget that even if they vote against this bill, against C-568, this will not mitigate or simply cause the problem of healthcare for veterans to disappear. On the contrary, the overall aging of the Canadian population coming in the next few decades will simply exacerbate the pressure on the healthcare system, which is paid for by the provinces. And so the shortage of long-term beds for our veterans is going to get worse. And one day or another, we will have to reopen this debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Bramy, seconded by Mr. Chiquan, moves that Bill C-568, an act respecting former Canadian Forces members, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
À mon avis,
In my opinion, the nays have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the recorded vote is deferred to Wednesday, May 28th, 2014, just before the time provided for private members' business.
And just before we adjourn, I wish all honourable members in the week ahead, and particularly the long weekend that is named for a former sovereign that established this place in 1859 and later became the nation's capital a few years after that. So I hope all members enjoy a productive and safe week. And it now being 2:08, this House stands adjourned until Monday, May 26, 2014 at 11 a.m., pursuant to Standing Orders 28.2 and 24.1.